prologue, the auction. The champagne was too cold, the laughter too bright, and Elena Morgan was absolutely certain she didn't belong here. She stood at the edge of the Metropolitan Museum's Temple of Dender, watching Manhattan's elites circulate beneath the ancient Egyptian sandstone like sharks in tailored Armani. The charity gala, something about literacy programs she'd skimmed on invitation, had transformed the Sackler wing into a glittering aquarium of wealth. Women dripped diamonds. Men checked Patek Philippe watches between conversations about summer homes in Antibes. Elena tugged at the sleeve of her dress, a simple black sheet she'd found at a consignment shop in Park Slope. It had cost her 2 weeks of groceries. Around her, women wore gowns that cost more than her annual rent. More champagne, miss? She turned to find a young waiter, barely 20, balancing a tray with the careful concentration of someone who couldn't afford to break anything in this room. His name tag read Marco. Thank you. She took a flute, then lowered her voice. How long is your shift? He blinked, surprised. Until midnight. Why? Because your shoes are killing you. I can see it. There's a staff room on the lower level. Take a break when you can. They won't miss you for 10 minutes. Marco's expression softened into something like gratitude. You work service? My father owns a factory in Brooklyn. I grew up on the floor. She smiled. I know the look. Elena. Her father's voice cut through the ambient noise like a blade. She turned to find James Morgan approaching, his tuxedo hanging slightly loose on his diminishing frame. He'd lost weight in the past 6 months. She'd noticed, but hadn't wanted to acknowledge what it meant. Dad, we need to talk. His hand closed around her elbow, firm enough to brook no argument. He steered her away from Marco, away from the circulating crowds, toward a quieter alcove near the reflecting pool. The temple sandstone walls cast long shadows in the carefully arranged lighting. Elena's reflection wavered in the water, distorted and unfamiliar. You're hurting me, she said quietly. James released her arm immediately, but his face remained tight with something she couldn't name. Fear? Resignation? I need you to listen very carefully, he said. And I need you not to make a scene. Cold dread settled in her stomach. What did you do? I saved the company. His voice cracked on the last word. I saved 200 jobs, Elena. I saved our family legacy. What did you do? Before he could answer, a shift occurred in the room's energy, subtle but unmistakable. Conversations didn't stop, but they redirected. Eyes turned toward the main entrance like compass needles finding magnetic north. Elena followed their collective gaze. The man who entered moved through the crowd with the unhurried confidence of someone who knew the world would wait for him. Tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a tuxedo that had been cut specifically for his frame. Not bought, but created. Dark hair swept back from a face that would have been handsome if it weren't so carefully controlled. Sharp jaw, sharper eyes. She knew who he was. Everyone in New York knew who he was. Damien Cross, Manhattan's most ruthless private equity titan. The man who bought companies the way other people bought coffee, frequently, efficiently, and without emotional attachment. Oh, God, Elena whispered. Dad, what did you do? What I had to. James's hand found her shoulder, heavy with the weight of his choice. Morgan Manufacturing was $8 million in debt. The bank was going to foreclose. I went to Cross Capital 3 months ago. He offered me a deal. The champagne flute trembled in Elena's grip. What kind of deal? Full debt absorption. $2 million. And the company stays in the family name. In exchange for what? Her father's silence was answer enough. Elena's vision narrowed to a pinpoint. The temple, the gala, the glittering crowd. All of it receded until there was only her father's weathered face and the terrible truth written in every line. No, she said. Absolutely not. The contract is already signed. Then unsign it. Tear it up. I don't care what you promised him. Elena. James caught her wrist as she tried to turn away. Do you remember Maria from accounting? She has 3 kids. Tommy in assembly just bought his first house. Chun is putting his daughter through Columbia. 200 people. Elena, 200 families. You can't sell me to save your company. I'm not selling you. But his voice lacked conviction. It's an arrangement. 18 months. That's all he's asking. 18 months of marriage. And after that, you're free. You'll have $2 million. You can open that gallery you always wanted. I can what? Pretend I wasn't bought like one of his acquisitions. A throat clear behind them. Elena turned, already knowing what she'd find. Damien Cross stood 3 feet away, close enough that she could see the precise tailoring of his Tom Ford tuxedo, the platinum cufflinks at his wrists, the complete absence of warmth in his dark eyes. Up close, he was more unsettling than handsome, too controlled, too measured, like a predator wearing human skin. "Mr. Morgan," Damien said, his voice low and texture like expensive whiskey, "I believe our business is concluded. You should rejoin your wife." It wasn't a suggestion. James squeezed Elena's shoulder once, apology or goodbye. She couldn't tell, and retreated into the crowd like a man escaping the scene of a crime. Elena faced her purchaser alone. "Miss Morgan." Damien's gaze traveled over her with the clinical assessment of someone evaluating an asset. Not sexual, not yet, just thorough. "You're shorter than your photograph suggested, and you're exactly as soulless as your reputation promised." The words escaped before her brain could stop them. Something flickered in his expression. Amusement? Interest? It vanished too quickly to name. "Your father failed to mention you had a spine," he said. "That's inconvenient." "Inconvenient?" Elena laughed, sharp and bitter. "Is that what I am? An inconvenience in your acquisition strategy. You're a solution to your father's problem and an asset to my portfolio. What you are is entirely dependent on your perspective. I'm a human being." "Yes." He stepped closer, and Elena caught the scent of his cologne. Cedar and something darker, more complex. One your father valued at $8 million, and your freedom. "I'm not the villain in this transaction, Miss Morgan. I'm simply the man with the resources to say what your family couldn't." The champagne flute was still in her hand. Elena looked at his immaculate Tom Ford tuxedo, and made a decision she'd probably regret. She threw the champagne in his face. The golden liquid splashed across his jaw, his collar, his lapels. Droplets caught the light like falling stars. Around them, conversation stopped. The ambient noise of the gala died into shocked silence. Damien didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't even blink. He simply stood there, champagne dripping from his chin, and studied her with the same clinical interest he'd shown before. If anything, his expression grew more focused, a scientist observing an unexpected variable in his experiment. "Feel better?" he asked quietly. "No." "Good." He pulled a pocket square from his jacket and dabbed at his face with methodical precision. "Anger is honest. I can work with honest. You can't work with me at all, because I'm not signing anything. Your father already signed on your behalf. Power of attorney, granted 3 months ago when you helped him restructure his corporate bylaws. You didn't read the fine print." He refolded the pocket square, champagne-stained silk disappearing back into his jacket. "Legally, Miss Morgan, you've been mine since Tuesday." The floor tilted beneath her feet. "That's not possible. I have excellent lawyers." He gestured to a woman hovering at the edge of the alcove, severe black suit, tablet in hand, the expression of someone who'd witnessed this scene 100 times before. "Ms. Chun will provide you with copies of all relevant documentation. You'll find everything in order. I'll fight this. I'll sue. You'll do exactly what the contract stipulates, or Morgan Manufacturing will declare bankruptcy by Monday morning. Your choice." Damien straightened his cufflinks with practiced ease, as if he hadn't just been assaulted with champagne at the Met. "I don't require affection, Miss Morgan. I don't even require your cooperation beyond the terms outlined in our agreement. But I do require your compliance." Elena's hands clenched into fists at her sides. "Why me? You could have any woman in this room. Any woman in the city. Why go through the trouble of buying a wife?" For the first time, something genuine crossed his face. Gone too quickly to interpret, but real enough to prove he was human under all that control. "Because every other woman in this room wants something from me. he said. Money, status, access, connections. They see me as a means to an end. You're the only person here who spilled champagne on my suit and looked like she wanted to set me on fire. He paused. That kind of honesty is rare in my world, Miss Morgan, rare enough to be valuable. I'm not interested in being valuable to you. Nevertheless, he produced a business card from his inner pocket. Heavy stock, embossed lettering, the kind of card that costs more than most people's dinner. My car will collect you from your Brooklyn Heights apartment at 9 tomorrow morning. Bring whatever you can't live without for the next 18 months. Everything else will be provided. Elena stared at the card in his extended hand like it was a snake. I haven't agreed to anything. You agreed the moment your father signed that power of attorney. The rest is just paperwork. He pressed the card into her palm, his fingers cool and dry against her skin. 9 a.m., Miss Morgan. Don't make me send my security team. That would be undignified for both of us. He turned to leave, then paused, glancing back over his shoulder. One more thing, he said. You'll wear my ring by Friday. Your father made sure of it. Then he was gone, moving back into the crowd with the same unhurried confidence he'd arrived with. Conversations resumed around him like water flowing around a stone. Within seconds, it was as if he'd never been there at all, except for the champagne-damp pocket square tucked into his jacket, and the business card burning in Elena's hand, and the terrible, inescapable knowledge that her life, as she knew it, had just ended. Elena stood alone in the alcove, her reflection wavering in the temple's pool, and tried to remember how to breathe. Chapter 1. The Signature. The Morgan manufacturing office smelled like 30 years of coffee grounds and industrial lubricant. Familiar. Almost comforting. If Elena ignored the stacks of unpaid invoices bleeding red across her father's desk. She'd driven straight from Manhattan to Brooklyn. Still wearing consignment dress. Still tasting champagne and rage on her tongue. Dawn light filtered through grimy windows overlooking the factory floor, where the first shift would clock in within the hour. Men and women she'd known since childhood. People who'd taught her to change oil, balance books, throw a decent punch when the Prospect Park kids got mouthy. James Morgan sat behind his desk, like a defendant awaiting sentencing. Say something, he said finally. Elena placed Damien Cross's business card on the desk between them. Heavy stock, embossed lettering. Cross Capital Partners. Damien Cross, founder and CEO. Power of attorney, she said, voice flat. You gave yourself power of attorney over my legal decisions 3 months ago. You were helping me restructure. I was helping you save the company, not sell your daughter. She pressed her palms against the desk's scarred surface, leaning forward. How much debt, Dad? Real number. James's shoulders sagged. $8.3 million. Jesus Christ. The Meridian contract fell through. Our largest client, gone overnight because Cross Capital bought them out and moved production to Vietnam. Then the equipment failures, the OSHA violations I couldn't afford to fix properly. He gestured at the invoices. I took loans. Bad ones. The kind where men show up at your house if you miss payments. Elena's stomach clenched. What kind of men? The kind your mother doesn't need to know about. He met her eyes, and she saw fear there, real animal fear. I had 3 options. Declare bankruptcy and destroy 200 jobs. Sell to a conglomerate that would strip us for parts. Or accept Cross's offer. His offer to buy me like livestock. His offer to save this company and everyone who depends on it. James stood, moving to the window overlooking the floor. Below, Tommy Chun was doing equipment checks, his daughter's Columbia acceptance letter probably still pinned to his locker. You think I wanted this? You think I slept for one goddamn night after signing those papers? Then why did you? Because Maria in accounting has 3 kids and no husband. Because Tommy just bought his first house. Because your mother's medical bills from last year's surgery are still sitting in collections. His voice cracked. Because I built this place with my father, and I'll be damned if I'm a Morgan who lets it die. Elena closed her eyes. The factory floor below hummed with pre-ship preparation, the clank of tools, the hiss of pneumatic systems, the low voices of people who trusted James Morgan to keep the lights on. What exactly did you sign? She asked. James returned to the desk, pulled out a leather folder she recognized from his safe. Inside, a contract thick enough to be a weapon. He opened to a page marked with a yellow tab. Marriage for 18 months. You'll live in his penthouse, attend events as his wife, maintain the appearance of a legitimate relationship. In exchange, Cross Capital absorbs all company debt, injects $2 million in operating capital, and transfers $2 million directly to you upon completion of the term. 18 months of my life for $4 million. 18 months of playing house with a billionaire versus watching 200 families lose everything. James's hand trembled as he turned pages. I know what I'm asking. Elena, I know what kind of man Damien Cross is. Do you? She pulled a contract toward her, scanning clauses written in dense legal prose. Because I just met him, and he looked at me like I was a stock option. He's ruthless. Everyone knows that. But he's not. James hesitated. His reputation with women is cold, not cruel. He doesn't have scandals. Doesn't have mistresses plastered across page 6. If anything, he's too controlled. Elena found Clause 4, cohabitation requirements. Her eyes tracked down the page. The bride shall maintain primary residence at the groom's designated property. Separate sleeping arrangements may be negotiated but are not guaranteed. Public appearances require joint attendance unless otherwise specified. Private conduct shall remain at the discretion of both parties, with mutual consent required for physical intimacy. Mutual consent required, she read aloud. How generous. He'll ask permission before treating me like property he owns. Elena, did you even try to negotiate? Add protection for me? Or did you just sign whatever he put in front of you? James's silence was answer enough. She kept reading. Clause 8, Public Conduct Standards. Clause 9, Media Protocol. Clause 12, Immediate Occupancy Requirements. She stopped. The bride shall relocate to the groom's primary residence within 24 hours of contract execution, she read. Dad, when did you sign this? Tuesday. It's Thursday morning. Her voice rose despite her best efforts. You've had this locked in your safe for 2 days, and you're just telling me now? I was trying to find another way. There is no other way. You made sure of that when you gave yourself power of attorney over my legal decisions. She shoved the contract back across the desk. I'm not doing this. Sue me, disown me, I don't care. I won't marry a man who bought me like a company asset. Then 200 people lose their jobs by Monday. That's not on me. That's on you. You're right. James's voice went quiet. The dangerous quiet that meant he was about to say something that would hurt. It is on me. Every bad decision. Every failed contract. Every loan I couldn't repay. All my failures. And now I'm asking you to pay for them. Elena looked away, throat tight. But it's not just my failure you'd be walking away from, he continued. It's Maria's kids, Tommy's mortgage, Chen's daughter's tuition, every person down on that floor who trusted me to keep this place running. Don't. Her hands clenched into fists. Don't put their lives on me. I'm not. I'm just asking you to see what's at stake. Through the window, the first shift was clocking in. Elena watched Maria from accounting hang her coat, laughing at something Tommy said. Chen was showing off photos on his phone. His daughter in her Columbia sweatshirt. Probably. People she'd known her whole life. People who'd taught her to drive stick shift in the parking lot. Who'd come to her high school graduation. Who'd asked about her gallery job like it mattered. I hate you right now, Elena whispered. I know. If I do this, if I want conditions. My conditions, not his. James pulled out a legal pad, pen poised. Name them. Separate bedrooms. Non-negotiable. I don't care what Clause 4 says about discretion. He doesn't touch me unless I explicitly agree. Done. No public affection beyond what's absolutely necessary. Hand-holding at events. Maybe nothing more. I'll add it to the rider. And I want it in writing that after 18 months, I walk away clean. No extensions, no renegotiations, no strings attached. Elena, that's already in the contract. I want it reinforced, notarized, witnessed by someone who isn't on his payroll. She met her father's eyes. "Because I don't trust Damien Cross' honor anything that isn't legally airtight." James wrote quickly, his handwriting shakier than she remembered. When had he gotten old? When had the weight of this place carved lines that deep into his face? "Anything else?" he asked. "Yeah." Elena pulled the contract back toward her, flipping to the signature page. "I want to look these people in the eye and know I did everything I could to save their jobs, even if it means selling myself to do it." She signed. Her hand didn't shake. That surprised her. James witnessed the signature, dated it, and slid the contract back into its leather folder like he was sealing a coffin. "I'm sorry," he said. "Don't." Elena stood, smoothing her dress. "You don't get to apologize and feel better. You did this. Now we both live with it." She left him sitting at his desk, surrounded by unpaid invoices and 30 years of legacy, and took the stairs down to the factory floor. The first shift was in full swing now. The smell of hot metal and machine oil wrapped around her like a familiar coat. She walked through the rows of equipment, letting her fingers trail along surfaces she'd touched 1,000 times. "Maria!" looked up from her computer. "Elena, didn't expect to see you here this early. Everything okay?" "Yeah." The lie tasted like copper. "Just checking in." Tommy waved from the assembly line. Chin called out something about his daughter's first week at Columbia. Normal morning sounds. Normal people living normal lives. Lives she just saved by signing away 18 months of her own. Elena made it to the parking lot before the shaking started. She sat in her battered Honda Civic, 10 years old, duct tape holding the passenger mirror on, and stared at her hands. The same hands that had signed the contract. The same hands that would wear Damien Cross's ring by Friday. Her phone buzzed. Unknown number. She almost didn't answer. "Miss Morgan." Damien Cross's voice, as controlled over the phone as it had been in person. "I trust you had time to review the contract." "I signed it." Silence. Then, "Your father just sent confirmation." "Good. My driver will arrive at your apartment at 9 a.m. as discussed. I want to renegotiate some terms." The contract is executed. Renegotiation isn't possible. Then I want to add a rider. Separate bedrooms, limited physical contact, clear boundaries around. Clause for already addresses, sleeping arrangements, and consent. His tone didn't change, but something underneath it sharpened. "What you're asking for is already guaranteed. Miss Morgan, I'm not interested in an unwilling wife in my bed." "Then what are you interested in?" Another pause. Longer this time. "Compliance," he said finally. "Appearance. A wife who can stand beside me at events and make the right people believe this is real. What happens in private is negotiable. What happens in public is not. So I'm a prop. You're a partner in a business arrangement, the same way your father is a partner in the manufacturing contract. Everyone plays their role. Everyone benefits." Elena's grip tightened on the phone. "And if I don't play my role, then the contract is void, and Morgan Manufacturing declares bankruptcy Monday morning. We've established this already." A rustling sound, papers maybe, or the whisper of expensive fabric. 9 a.m., Miss Morgan. Pack light. You won't need most of what you own, because you'll provide everything. Because you'll be living in a different world. One where consignment dresses and 10-year-old Hondas don't exist. The line went dead. Elena sat in her car, watching factory workers arrive for their shifts, and wondered if Damien Cross understood he'd just purchased the most expensive mistake of his life. Her phone buzzed again. This time, a text from the same unknown number. "Clause 12, Miss Morgan. Read it carefully. You'll live in my penthouse. Starting tonight." She pulled up the contract on her phone, scrolling to Clause 12. Immediate occupancy requirements. Upon execution of this agreement, the bride shall relocate to the groom's primary residence within 24 hours. Failure to comply will result in immediate contract termination and forfeiture of all financial considerations. 24 hours. She checked the timestamp on her father's signature. 6:47 a.m., Thursday. It was now 7:23 a.m. She had until tomorrow morning to pack up her life, say goodbye to her apartment, and move into a Tribeca penthouse with a man who looked at her like an acquisition. Elena started the car and drove toward Brooklyn Heights, where her walk-up apartment waited, small, cramped, hers, for one more day. Chapter 2. The Cage. The penthouse occupied the entire 42nd floor of a glass tower in Tribeca, and Elena hated it on sight. She stood in the marble foyer, actual Carrara marble, the kind that cost more per square foot than her monthly rent, while Damien's driver deposited her 2 suitcases beside a console table that probably belonged in a museum. Everything gleamed. The floors, the chrome fixtures, the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Hudson River. Sterile. Perfect. Cold. Like standing inside a diamond. Miss Morgan, a woman materialized from a hallway to the left, tablet in hand, expression professionally neutral, mid-40s, severe black suit, the kind of competence that came with a 6-figure salary. I'm Caroline Chun, Mr. Cross's executive assistant. He's been detained at the office, but asked me to facilitate your transition. Facilitate my transition. Elena set down her purse. Thrifted leather, suddenly shabby against all this gleaming wealth. Is that what we're calling this? Caroline's expression didn't flicker. I have your schedule for the next 72 hours. If you'll follow me to the living area, we can review the details. She turned without waiting for confirmation, heels clicking against marble with metronomic precision. Elena followed, pulling her suitcases behind her, because apparently no one was offering to help with luggage in the sterile fortress. The living area was worse than the foyer. 30-foot ceilings, windows that turned the Hudson into a living painting, furniture that looked like it had been arranged by someone with a protractor and a pathological fear of warmth, white leather sofas, glass coffee table, a single piece of art on the wall, some abstract thing in black and gray that probably cost more than her father's factory. No books, no photographs, no evidence that a human being actually lived here. Please sit. Caroline gestured to one of the white sofas. Elena remained standing. Where's Damien? Mr. Cross is finalizing the Techmark acquisition. He'll return by 8 p.m. Caroline consulted her tablet. You have an appointment with Margot Sinclair, his personal stylist. At 2 p.m., Dr. Reeves. Your media consultant arrives at 4. And Diane Foster from Foster Events will brief you on the engagement announcement at 6. I'm sorry, what? Your public schedule. Caroline swiped through screens. The engagement announcement runs in the Times Society pages on Sunday. The engagement party is scheduled for next Saturday at Mr. Cross's Hamptons estate. Between now and then, you'll need appropriate wardrobe, media training, and event coordination. Elena's hands clenched at her sides. He's had me for less than 24 hours, and he's already scheduling me like a corporate asset. Mr. Cross values efficiency. Caroline's tone remained maddeningly even. He's arranged everything you'll need to fulfill your role as his fiancée. The stylist will ensure your wardrobe meets social expectations. Dr. Reeves will prepare you for media interactions. Miss Foster will coordinate all public appearances. What if I don't want a stylist? Then you'll attend events in consignment dresses and be photographed accordingly. Caroline met her eyes, and for the first time, something almost human flickered there. Miss Morgan, I've worked for Damien Cross for 8 years. He doesn't do anything without strategic purpose. These appointments aren't about controlling you. They're about protecting his investment. I'm not an investment. I'm a person. In this world, you're both. She gestured again to the sofa. Please, sit. I need to take your measurements for the stylist. Elena sat, mostly because her legs were shaking, and she refused to let this woman see her collapse. Caroline produced a measuring tape from somewhere, all business. Arms out, please. You're measuring me like a show dog. I'm ensuring Margot has accurate dimensions, so you're not subjected to multiple fitting sessions. The tape wrapped around Elena's bust, waist, hips. Clinical, efficient, utterly impersonal. Mr. Cross specified that all appointments should minimize disruption to your schedule. How considerate. He bought me, and now he's worried about disrupting my schedule. Caroline paused, tape measure in hand. Miss Morgan, I'm going to say something off the record. You can report it to Mr. Cross if you'd like. but I suspect you won't." Elena waited. Damien Cross is the most controlled man I've ever met. He doesn't make impulsive decisions. He doesn't act on emotion. Everything he does serves a larger strategy. Caroline resumed measuring, her voice dropping lower, which means marrying you serves a purpose beyond saving your father's factory. I don't know what that purpose is yet, but I suggest you figure out before you're in too deep to extract yourself. The contract is 18 months. I'm already in too deep. Contracts can be renegotiated. Caroline finished measuring, recording numbers on her tablet. If you're smart. She straightened, professional mask sliding back into place. Your suite is through the east hallway, third door on the left. Mr. Cross's suite is the master, west wing. You'll have complete privacy unless you choose otherwise. Separate bedrooms. Elena's throat tightened with something like relief. He actually honored that. Mr. Cross honors all contractual obligations. Caroline headed toward the foyer, then paused. One more thing. He's hired a security detail for you. Discreet but present. They'll accompany you any time you leave the building. I'm a prisoner. You're a billionaire's fiancé in Manhattan. There's a difference, but not much of one. Caroline's heels clicked toward the elevator. Margot arrives at 2. Don't be late. She charges by the hour. Then she was gone, and Elena was alone in the sterile penthouse with her 2 shabby suitcases and the growing certainty that she'd signed away more than 18 months. She'd signed away herself. The suite Caroline had indicated was larger than Elena's entire Brooklyn apartment. King bed with white linens. Walk-in closet, currently empty except for a few hangers. Bathroom with a soaking tub and rainfall shower that probably consumed more water per minute than her building used in a week. Windows overlooking Hudson, where boats cut white lines through gray water. Beautiful, expensive, soulless. Elena dragged her suitcases inside and started unpacking. Her clothes looked pathetic against the closet's empty expanse. Thrifted blouses, clearance rack jeans, the consignment dress from the Met Gala that still smelled faintly of champagne. She hung them anyway, claiming space in the sterile fortress. Her phone buzzed. Text from her father. "Are you okay?" She typed and deleted 3 responses before settling on, "I'm here. That's all I can say right now." Another buzz. Unknown number. Margot Sinclair arriving in 15 minutes. Please meet her in the main living area. Caroline. Elena checked the time. 1:45 p.m. Apparently punctuality was non-negotiable in Damien Cross's world. She changed into clean jeans and a sweater. Her nicest sweater, cream-colored cashmere she'd found at a Park Slope consignment shop, and returned to the living area. The woman who emerged from the elevator at precisely 2 p.m. looked like she'd stepped out of fashion editorial. 60-something, silver hair in a severe bob, wearing head-to-toe black with geometric jewelry that was either avant-garde art or very expensive both. She carried a leather portfolio and the expression of someone who'd seen everything twice. Elena Morgan. Not a question. Margot Sinclair circled her, like a predator assessing prey. Stand up straight, shoulders back. Elena complied automatically, then hated herself for it. Good bone structure, decent posture, terrible wardrobe. Margot gestured at Elena's sweater. Consignment? Yes, I can tell. The cashmere pills at the elbows. She opened her portfolio, revealing fabric swatches and sketches. Damien's instructions were explicit. Transform you into someone who belongs on his arm at society events. That means complete wardrobe overhaul. Day wear, evening wear, event-specific pieces. I'll need your cooperation. And if I don't cooperate, then you'll attend the engagement party in whatever you're wearing now, and the society pages will eviscerate you. Margot's eyes were sharp, but not unkind. I've dressed 3 first ladies and every major CEO's wife in Manhattan. I know how to make you look like you belong in Damien's world. The question is whether you're smart enough to let me. Elena's jaw tightened. I don't want to look like I belong in his world. Too bad. You signed a contract that says otherwise. Margot pulled out a measuring tape. Apparently everyone in Damien's orbit carried one. Arms out. And before you complain about being measured like livestock, understand that I'm doing you a favor. The alternative is showing up to events underdressed and watching the vultures circle. I've been measured twice today. Caroline's measurements are for database records. Mine are for actual construction. Margot worked quickly, calling out numbers to herself. You're what, 5'6"? Good. Damien 6'2", so proportions work for photos. Bust is 34B. Waist is 27. Hips are 36. Classic hourglass. We can work with this. I'm so glad my proportions are acceptable. Sarcasm is unproductive. Margot finished measuring and pulled out fabric swatches. I'm thinking jewel tones today wear emerald, sapphire, deep burgundy. They'll complement your coloring and photograph well. Evening wear needs to be elegant but not overstated. Damien doesn't like flash. He prefers understated wealth. Of course he does. For the engagement party, I'm designing something custom. Probably silk crepe, off-shoulder, floor length. Sophisticated but not trying too hard. She held up a deep navy swatch against Elena's face. This, with your coloring, this will make you look like you were born to his world. Elena pulled away. I wasn't born to his world. I was born in Brooklyn to a factory owner who's drowning in debt. I don't want to look like something I'm not. Then you should have thought of that before you signed the contract. Margot's voice lost its professional veneer, turning sharp. Listen, sweetheart. I've dressed enough reluctant wives to know the score. You don't want to be here. He probably doesn't want you here either. Damien Cross doesn't strike me as the marrying type, but you're both playing roles now, and my job is to make sure you look the part. Why do you even care? Because I'm paid to care. And because... Margot hesitated, something almost sympathetic crossing her face. Because I've seen what happens to women who show up to these events unprepared. The society vultures will tear you apart. They'll call you a gold digger, a social climber, trailer trash who got lucky. They'll photograph every wardrobe mistake and turn you into a meme. Is that what you want? Elena's throat tightened. No. Then let me do my job. Margot tucked the swatches back into her portfolio. I'll have preliminary pieces delivered by tomorrow. Full wardrobe by end of week. And Elena, when you wear what I design, you'll look like you belong. Whether you feel like you belong is your problem. She left the same way she'd arrived. Efficiently, without sentiment, like a surgeon who just performed a necessary operation. Elena sank onto the white leather sofa and stared at the Hudson River through floor-to-ceiling windows. 2 hours in this penthouse, and she'd already been measured twice, scheduled 3 times, and informed that her entire wardrobe was inadequate. Her phone buzzed. Another unknown number. Dr. Reeves arriving at 4 p.m. Please be in the main living area. Caroline. Of course. The media consultant. Elena closed her eyes and tried to remember what her Brooklyn apartment had looked like. Small kitchen with mismatched mugs. Bookshelves crammed with art history texts. The view of a brick wall from her bedroom window. Home. This place, the sterile glass fortress, would never be home. But according to Clause 12, it was hers for the next 18 months. Dr. Reeves turned out to be a man in his 50s with kind eyes and the patient demeanor of someone who'd coached nervous people through media storms before. Miss Morgan, he shook her hand, his grip warm and human. I'm Marcus Reeves. I work with high-profile clients to prepare them for media scrutiny. Damien asked me to help you navigate the public aspects of your engagement. Navigate. Elena gestured to the sofa. Everyone keeps using words like that. Navigate. Facilitate. Transition. Like I'm a project to be managed. Aren't you? Marcus settled into a chair across from her, pulling out a tablet. I don't mean that unkindly. But the moment your engagement is announced, you become public property. Every outfit, every word, every facial expression will be analyzed. My job is to prepare you for that reality. What if I don't want to be public property? Then you shouldn't have agreed to marry one of Manhattan's most visible billionaires. He pulled up a photo on his tablet. Damien at some charity event, surrounded by cameras. Damien Cross is notoriously private, but he's also notoriously photographed. Everything he does is news, which means everything you do is now news too. Elena's stomach clenched. I didn't think about that. Most people don't. Marcus swiped through more photos, society events, business conferences, carefully staged moments. Here's what you need to understand. The media will create a narrative about you whether you participate or not. My job is to help you control that narrative. How? By teaching you how to present yourself, how to answer questions, how to deflect when necessary, and engage when strategic. He pulled up a new screen. Let's start with basics. When you're photographed with Damien, what's your instinct? Smile? Look serious? Avoid eye contact. Avoid eye contact. That photograph says cold, distant. The tabloids will call you a gold digger who doesn't even pretend to love him. Marcus pulled up a photo of a couple in an event. The woman was looking away from her companion, and the body language screamed discomfort. See? This was a 6-month engagement that ended in a very public breakup. The media blamed her for being emotionally unavailable, so I'm supposed to fake affection. You're supposed to present a united front. There's a difference. He pulled up another photo. Different couple, similar event. But this time the woman's hand rested on her partner's arm, her expression engaged without being overeager. This reads as partnership, respect. You don't have to look madly in love. You just have to look like you chose to be there. Elena studied the photo. What if I didn't choose to be there? Then you fake it convincingly, or the media eats you alive. Marcus's voice stayed gentle, but his words cut. I'm not trying to scare you, Miss Morgan. I'm trying to prepare you. The society pages are vicious. They'll find every unflattering angle, every awkward moment, every sign that this marriage is anything less than genuine, unless you give them something else to write about. Like what? Like a compelling love story. He pulled up a blank document. Here's what we're going to tell them. You and Damien met at a charity event 6 months ago. He was immediately taken with your intelligence and passion for art. You were initially resistant. He's not your usual type, but his persistence and unexpected vulnerability won you over. The engagement is quick, because when you know, you know. That's a complete fabrication. That's a narrative the media can work with. It's romantic without being saccharine. It positions you as discerning rather than opportunistic. And it gives Damien a softer edge, the ruthless billionaire who fell hard for a woman who saw past his wealth. Elena's hands clenched in her lap. What if I don't want to lie? Then tell the truth. Your father sold you to save his company, and you're fulfilling a contractual obligation. See how that plays in society pages. Marcus closed his tablet. Look, I understand this is uncomfortable, but you signed up for this when you signed that contract. My job is to make sure you survive it with your dignity intact. And Damien's reputation protected. That too. He's paying me, after all. Marcus's expression softened. But honestly, I've worked enough arranged marriages in this world to know the score. Some of them turn into genuine partnerships. Some don't. Either way, you'll need armor for the public scrutiny. I'm offering to help you build it. Elena looked out to Hudson, where the afternoon light turned the water silver. What happens at the engagement party? You'll be introduced to Damien's inner circle. Business partners, society connections, people who matter in his world. They'll be watching you, judging whether you're worthy of him, whether you fit. Marcus pulled up a guest list on his tablet. 300 people, all of them analyzing your every move. 300. Welcome to Damien Cross's world. He handed her a folder thick with documents. This is your homework. Background on key guests, appropriate conversation topics. Things to avoid. Study it. Memorize it. Because at that party, you can't afford mistakes. Elena took the folder. Its weight suddenly overwhelming. Does he know how much he's asking of me? Probably not. Marcus stood, straightening his jacket. Men like Damien Cross don't think about the cost of their decisions. They just make them and expect everyone else to adapt. But that's not my problem. My problem is making sure you're ready for Saturday. He left, and Elena was alone again with the folder and the growing certainty that she'd underestimated exactly what she'd agreed to. Her phone buzzed. Text from Caroline. Diane Foster arriving at 6 p.m. Please remain in main living area. Of course. One more consultant. One more person measuring her, scheduling her, transforming her into something acceptable for Damien Cross's world. Elena opened the folder Marcus had given her. The first page was a guest list for the engagement party, names she vaguely recognized from business news and society pages. Beside each name, a brief bio and notes on their relationship to Damien. Victoria Chun, COO of Cross Capital, 8 years with company. Brilliant strategist, personally loyal to Damien. Note, rumored romantic history, unconfirmed. Elena's stomach twisted. She kept reading. Harrison Webb, senior partner, Webb and Associates. Drafted the marriage contract. Damien's personal attorney for 12 years. Discreet, ruthless, utterly loyal. James Cordova, silent partner, Cross Capital. Minimal public presence. Background unknown. Damien's most trusted business confidant. 300 names. 300 people who will be watching her, judging her, deciding if she was worthy of their world. The elevator chimed. Elena looked up to find a woman in her 40s stepping into the penthouse. Understated elegance, the kind of confidence that came from organizing events for people with unlimited budgets. Elena Morgan. She extended a hand. I'm Diane Foster. I'll be coordinating your engagement party and all subsequent public events. Shall we discuss Saturday? Elena shook her hand, her grip probably too tight. Does everyone in Damien's world just show up exactly on schedule? Punctuality is a sign of respect. And in this world, respect is currency. Diane settled onto the sofa, pulling out yet another tablet. The engagement party will be at Mr. Cross's Hamptons estate. 300 guests, cocktail reception followed by dinner, live orchestra. You'll make your entrance at 7:30 after guests have arrived. Damien will introduce you formally at 8. Introduce me like a prize he won. Introduce you as his fiancée. How you feel about it is irrelevant to the logistics. Diane swiped through screens. You'll need to memorize key guest names and faces. Damien expects you to engage appropriately. Remember details about their businesses, their families, their interests. Can you do that? I have a degree in art history. I can memorize things. Good. Because forgetting someone's name or mixing up their business ventures reads as disrespect, and disrespecting Damien's inner circle reflects poorly on him. She pulled up a seating chart. You'll be seated beside Damien at dinner, obviously. Victoria Chun will be to his left. She's a COO and closest business confidant. Be polite, but not overly familiar. Why? Because she's been with him for 8 years and you've been with him for 8 hours. Know your place. Diane's tone wasn't unkind, just matter of fact. This world has hierarchies. You're entering at the top because you're marrying Damien, but that doesn't mean you've earned respect yet. You'll need to prove yourself. Elena's jaw tightened. How do I prove myself? By being exactly what Damien needs you to be. Poised, elegant, intelligent, but not threatening. Engaged, but not overeager. You're his wife, not his equal, at least not publicly. That's medieval. That's Manhattan society. Diane closed her tablet. Look, I've coordinated events for every major family in this city. I know how this works. You can fight the system and be miserable, or you can learn the rules and survive. Your choice. She stood, smoothing her skirt. I'll send you a detailed brief tomorrow. Study it. And Elena, when you walk into that party on Saturday, remember, everyone is watching. Everyone is judging. Don't give them ammunition. Then she was gone too, and Elena was finally, mercifully alone. She sat in the sterile living room, surrounded by glass and chrome and the weight of 3 consultants' expectations, and tried to remember what her life had looked like 48 hours ago. Gallery job, Brooklyn apartment, freedom. Now she had a stylist, a media consultant, an event coordinator, and a marriage contract that owned the next 18 months of her life. The elevator chimed again. Elena's head snapped up, exhaustion turning to anger. If one more person showed up to measure or schedule or transform her. Damien Cross stepped into the penthouse. He'd shed his suit jacket, rolled his shirt sleeves to his elbows, loosened his tie. Still controlled, still contained, but with a faint suggestion of humanity underneath. He carried a leather briefcase and the expression of someone who'd spent 12 hours in negotiations. His eyes found her immediately. "Miss Morgan." He set down the briefcase. "I trust Caroline facilitated your transition adequately." "Facilitated my transition?" Elena stood, her hands clenching at her sides. "Is that what you call having me measured, scheduled, and transformed by 3 different people in 4 hours? I call it preparation. You're entering a world with specific expectations. I'm ensuring you meet them. You're grooming me like a show dog." Something flickered in his expression, too quick to name. "I'm protecting my investment. There's a difference. I'm not an investment. I'm a person. You're both." He moved to the bar, poured 2 fingers of whiskey into a crystal glass. "You signed a contract that makes you my wife. That comes with responsibilities. Public appearances, social obligations, maintaining the appearance of a legitimate relationship. The consultants I hired are ensuring you're prepared for those responsibilities. You hired them without asking me. I hired them because asking would have resulted in this exact conversation, and I don't have time to negotiate every decision." He took a drink, his expression unreadable. "You'll wear what Margot designs. You'll follow Marcus's media guidance. You'll memorize Diane's guest list. These aren't requests, Elena. They're requirements." Her anger crystallized into something cold and sharp. "You can't just dictate every aspect of my life. I can actually. Clause 8 of our contract specifies that you'll comply with all reasonable requests related to public appearances. This falls under that clause." "Reasonable? You think measuring me like livestock is reasonable? I think ensuring you don't embarrass yourself, or me, at public events is reasonable." He set down his glass, his gaze steady and utterly controlled. "You're angry? I understand. You've had your autonomy stripped away, your life rearranged, your identity transformed. But that's what you agreed to when you signed the contract. I agreed to save my father's company. I didn't agree to be your puppet. Then you should have read the fine print more carefully." He moved closer, and Elena caught the scent of his cologne. Cedar and something darker. "This is my world, Elena. These are my rules. You can fight them and be miserable, or you can adapt and survive. Your choice." That's what Diane said. Because it's true. He was close enough now that she had to tilt her head back to meet his eyes. "I'm not trying to break you. I'm trying to prepare you for a world that will break you if you're not ready. The society vultures are vicious. They'll find every weakness, every mistake, every sign that you don't belong. Unless I teach you how to belong first. By controlling every aspect of my life. By giving you the tools to survive in mine." His voice dropped lower, almost gentle. "You hate me right now. I understand. But in 6 months, when you're navigating society events without flinching, when the tabloids call you elegant instead of opportunistic, when you realize you've built armor that protects you, then you'll understand why I did this." Elena's throat tightened. "I don't want armor. I want my life back. Your life is here now. For the next 18 months, this penthouse, these events, this world, this is your life. The sooner you accept that, the easier it becomes." He stepped back, creating distance, his expression returning to its usual controlled neutrality. "Dinner's at 8, he said. "We'll eat together. You'll tell me about your day. I'll tell you about mine. We'll practice the appearance of a normal relationship. There's nothing normal about this. No, but we'll pretend there is. Because that's what the contract requires." He picked up his briefcase and headed toward the West Wing, his suite separate from hers, exactly as she demanded. Elena watched him go and realized with sudden, crushing clarity that Damien Cross wasn't trying to break her. He was trying to remake her into something that could survive in his world. And she didn't know which was worse. Chapter 3. The Performance. The helicopter blades cut through Saturday morning air with a rhythmic thump that vibrated through Elena's chest. Below, the Hamptons coastline unfurled like a postcard, manicured estates, private beaches, the Atlantic stretching gray-blue to the horizon. Damien sat across from her in the leather cabin, reviewing documents on his tablet, his expression as controlled as it had been every moment of the past 5 days. Since their confrontation in the penthouse, he'd been cordial, distant, Perfectly professional. They'd shared meals, reviewed guest lists, practiced the appearance of a relationship with the mechanical precision of actors rehearsing a play. He hadn't touched her beyond what was necessary, a hand at the small of her back guiding her through doorways, fingers brushing hers when passing objects. Clinical, calculated. Elena wore Margot's creation, a silk day dress in deep emerald that hugged her curves without being obvious about it, paired with heels that added 3 inches to her height and made her feel like she was walking on stilts. Her hair had been professionally styled that morning by someone named Andre, who clucked disapprovingly at her split ends. Makeup applied by someone else whose name she'd already forgotten. She looked like she belonged in Damien's world. She felt like an imposter. "We'll arrive in 10 minutes," Damien said without looking up from his tablet. "The staff has been preparing since Thursday. Everything will be ready." 300 people. Elena's hands twisted in her lap. All watching me. All watching us. He finally met her eyes. "Remember what Marcus taught you. Engaged but not overeager. Poised. When someone asks how we met, what do you say? Charity event 6 months ago. You were persistent. I was resistant. Your unexpected vulnerability won me over." The words tasted like ash. "When you know, you know." "Good." He returned to his tablet. "Victoria will test you. She's protective of me and suspicious of sudden marriages. Be polite, but don't try to win her over. That reads as desperate. What about your business partner, James Cordova? Don't engage with James unless he approaches you first. He's intensely private." Damien's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "And if anyone asks about the timeline, why we're moving so quickly, you're simply too in love to wait. Keep it simple." The helicopter began its descent. Elena's stomach lurched as the estate came into view. She'd seen photos in Diane's briefing materials, but they hadn't prepared her for the reality. The main house sprawled across what had to be 5 acres, modern glass and stone architecture that somehow felt both imposing and elegant. Manicured gardens, tennis courts, a pool that looked like it belonged in a resort. Beyond it all, a private beach where white tents were already erected for the evening's reception. "It's beautiful," she said despite herself. "It's a cage." Damien's voice was flat. "My grandfather built it to show everyone he'd escaped poverty. I inherited it along with everything else he couldn't take to his grave." The helicopter touched down on a helipad behind the main house. Damien stood, buttoning his suit jacket with practiced precision, and extended a hand to help Elena up. His grip was warm, solid, and gone the moment she was steady. They crossed the lawn toward the house, where staff members waited. A small army of people whose job was to ensure the evening went perfectly. A woman in her 60s approached, gray hair pulled back severely, expression professionally neutral. "Mr. Cross, welcome home." Her eyes flicked to Elena, assessing. "Miss Morgan, I'm Mrs. Whitmore, the estate manager. Your suite is prepared." "Our suite," Damien corrected quietly. "Miss Morgan and I will be sharing accommodations this weekend." Elena's head snapped toward him. The contract specifies separate accommodations at my primary residence. This is my secondary property, and 300 guests will expect us to share a bedroom." His hand found the small of her back. "Proprietary. Appearances, Elena. Remember?" Mrs. Whitmore's expression didn't change, but Elena caught the flicker of interest in her eyes. "Staff gossip. Of course. The master suite overlooks the ocean." Mrs. Whitmore continued smoothly. "I've arranged for your belongings to be unpacked. Guests begin arriving at 6. The reception starts at 7. Thank you, Mrs. Whitmore." Damien guided Elena toward the house, his hand never leaving her back. "That will be all." They entered through French doors into a great room that made the Tribeca penthouse look modest. Vaulted ceilings, windows overlooking the Atlantic, furniture that managed to be both expensive and actually comfortable, leather sofas with throw pillows, bookshelves lined with actual books, art that looked chosen rather than curated. Someone had lived here once, or tried to. "This way." Damien led her up a floating staircase to the second floor, down a hallway lined with closed doors. to a suite at the far end. The master bedroom was larger than her entire Brooklyn apartment had been. King bed with white linens. Sitting area with a fireplace. Windows that turned the ocean into a living painting. And one bed. You said separate bedrooms, Elena said, her voice tight. I said we'd share a suite. The bedroom has a couch. He gestured to a leather sectional near the windows. I'll sleep there. You'll have the bed. But the staff needs to see us entering and leaving the same room. Appearances. Everything is appearances with you. Everything is strategy. He moved to the closet, where his clothes already hung beside hers. Margot's creations taking up half the space, his suits and shirts perfectly pressed on the other side. You'll change at the reception at 6. Margot sent the navy dress. Wear that. Stop telling me what to do. Stop fighting every decision, and I won't have to. He turned, his expression unreadable. Elena, I know you hate this. I know you feel controlled, manipulated, owned. But tonight, 300 people will be watching us, judging whether this marriage is real, whether you're worthy of me or I'm a fool for choosing you. We can't afford mistakes. What happens if I make one? Then the vultures circle, and the next 18 months become exponentially harder for both of us. He checked his watch. We have 4 hours before guests arrive. I suggest you rest. Tonight will be exhausting. He left through a side door, his study, probably, and Elena was alone in the massive bedroom with the ocean view and the growing certainty that she was drowning. At 6 p.m., Elena stood in front of the full-length mirror and barely recognized herself. The navy dress Margot had designed was a masterpiece. Silk crepe that skimmed her body like water, off-shoulder sleeves that showed just enough skin to be elegant without being provocative, a hem that brushed the floor when she walked. Her hair had been styled into soft waves, makeup subtle but flawless. Diamond earrings Damien had sent up with a note, borrowed from my mother's collection. Return them Sunday. She looked like she belonged in this world. The woman in the mirror was a stranger. Elena! Damien's voice came from the doorway. She turned to find him in a tuxedo that had been tailored to his frame with surgical precision. Black jacket, crisp white shirt, bow tie perfectly knotted. He looked like he'd stepped out of a cologne advertisement, beautiful, controlled, utterly untouchable. His eyes traveled over her, clinical assessment shifting into something else. Something almost human. You look... He stopped, jaw tightening. Margot did well. That's not a compliment. It's an observation. He crossed the room, pulling a small box from his pocket. One more thing. He opened a box to reveal a ring that made Elena's breath catch. Platinum band with a center diamond that had to be at least 3 carats, flanked by smaller stones that caught the light like captured stars. Clause 9, he said quietly. You'll wear my ring at all public events. It's beautiful. The words escaped before she could stop them. It's a prop, like everything else tonight. He took her left hand, his touch warm against her cold fingers, and slid the ring onto her finger. It fit perfectly. Of course it did. He'd had her measured. The weight of it felt like a shackle. Guests are arriving, Damien said, still holding her hand. We'll make our entrance at 7:30. Until then, we stay up here. Let them wonder. Let them speculate. When we finally appear, we'll already be the most interesting thing in the room. More strategy. Always. But he didn't release her hand. His thumb brushed across her knuckles, a gesture so small and unexpected that Elena's breath caught. Elena, I need you to understand something. The people downstairs, my business partners, my social circle, the vultures who pretend to be friends, they're all looking for weakness. Proof that this marriage is a transaction. Proof that you're a gold digger, or I'm a fool. We can't give them that proof. So what do we give them? A love story. His eyes held hers, dark and unreadable. Not a real one, but convincing enough that they stopped looking for cracks. How do we do that? By selling the illusion. His hand moved from hers to her waist, pulling her closer. When I touch you, don't flinch. When I look at you, hold my gaze. When we're in public, you're not my contracted wife. You're the woman I chose. The woman who chose me back. Can you do that? Elena's heart hammered against her ribs. this close. She could see the fine lines at the corners of his eyes, the precise edge of his jaw, the way his control was a mask he wore so completely that she wondered if he even knew what lay underneath. "I can try," she whispered. "Good." He stepped back, breaking the moment, because at 7:30 we walk downstairs and the performance begins. At 7:28, they stood at the top of the grand staircase overlooking the great room, where 300 guests circulated below with champagne and curiosity. Elena's hand rested in the crook of Damien's arm, and she could feel controlled tension in his muscles. He was nervous. The realization shocked her. Damien Cross, Manhattan's most ruthless billionaire, was actually nervous. "Ready?" he asked quietly. "No." "Good. Neither am I." His hand covered hers, warm and solid. "But we're doing it anyway." They descended the staircase together. The room didn't go silent. That only happened in movies. But conversation shifted. Heads turned. Eyes tracked their progress with the hungry interest of people who come specifically to judge the spectacle. Elena kept her spine straight, her expression composed, her hand steady in Damien's arm. Everything Marcus had taught her, everything Diane had drilled into her. Poised, elegant, a woman who belonged. At the bottom of the stairs, a woman detached from the crowd, mid-30s, stunning in a way that came from good genes and better maintenance, wearing a black cocktail dress that probably cost more than Elena's college tuition. Dark hair pulled into a severe bun. Eyes that assessed Elena like a threat. "Damien." Her voice was cool, professional. "You're late to your own party." "Victoria." Damien's hand tightened fractionally on Elena's. "I'd like you to meet my fiancée. Elena Morgan. This is Victoria Chun, my COO. Miss Morgan." Victoria extended a hand, her grip firm and brief. "I've heard so much about you. All good things, I hope." Elena smiled, remembering Marcus's coaching. Polite, but not overeager. "Damien doesn't discuss his personal life, so I've heard almost nothing, which is interesting." Victoria's eyes flicked to the ring on Elena's finger. "That's quite a stone. Family heirloom. Custom design." Damien said smoothly, "Elena deserves something unique." "How romantic." Victoria's tone suggested it was anything but. "You'll have to tell me the story of how you two met. I'm fascinated by whirlwind engagements." Later, Damien said, "I need to greet the other guests. Excuse us." He guided Elena away before Victoria could respond, his hand firm at the small of her back. "She hates me," Elena whispered. "She's protective. There's a difference." Damien nodded to a couple approaching from the left. Older, wealthy, the kind of people who wore their money like armor. "Smile. These are the Harrisons. They own half of the Hamptons and all of the gossip." The next hour was a blur of introductions, rehearsed stories, and champagne Elena barely touched. Damien never left her side, his hand always at her back or holding hers, his presence a constant anchor in the churning sea of strangers. Chimè's lawyer, Harrison Webb, who looked at her like she was a contract waiting to be voided, his business associates, who assessed her with the cold calculation of people evaluating an investment, society women who smile with their mouths and judge with their eyes. And through it all, Damien played his role perfectly. Attentive, proprietary, the man who'd fallen hard enough to marry quickly. "You're doing well," he murmured during a brief moment alone near the windows. "Better than I expected." "Because you expected me to fail?" "Because this world is designed to make people like you fail. But you're adapting." His thumb brushed across her knuckles again. That small gesture that felt more intimate than it should. "Victoria is watching us. In 3 seconds, I'm going to kiss your temple. Don't flinch." "Damien." His lips brushed her temple, warm and brief, and Elena's breath caught despite herself. It was nothing, a gesture for show, a performance for Victoria's benefit. But her body didn't know that. Her body only knew that Damien Cross was touching her with something almost like tenderness. He pulled back, his expression unreadable. "Well done." Before Elena could respond, a man approached from the terrace. Late 30s, dark hair, expensive suit that somehow looked rumpled despite its quality. He moved with the careful control of someone who'd had exactly one drink too many. Damien, his voice carried an edge. Congratulations on your engagement. I'm sure it's very strategic. James. Damien's hand tightened on Elena's waist. Elena, this is James Cordova, my business partner, the silent partner, the one Diane had warned her about. Miss Morgan. James's eyes were bloodshot, but sharp. Tell me, how does it feel to be the solution to a business problem? James. Damien's voice went cold. You're drunk. I'm honest. There's a difference. James gestured with his champagne glass, liquid sloshing dangerously close to the rim. We both know this marriage is a transaction. Why pretend otherwise? Elena's jaw tightened. Maybe because some transactions are worth pretending for. James laughed, sharp and bitter. Oh, she's got claws. I like that. Does she know what you did to the Meridian deal, Damien? Does she know how many families you destroyed to build your empire? That's enough. Damien's voice was quiet, dangerous. Go home, James. Sleep it off. Or what? You'll destroy me too? James leaned closer, and Elena caught the scent of expensive whiskey. She should know what she signed up for. She should know that Damien Cross doesn't save people. He consumes them. Damien's expression went glacial. Security will escort you out. Don't make this uglier than it needs to be. James opened his mouth to respond, then seemed to think better of it. He drained his champagne, set the glass on a passing tray with exaggerated care, and turned toward the exit. Congratulations again, he called over his shoulder. I'm sure you'll be very happy together. For 18 months. He disappeared into the crowd, leaving a wake of uncomfortable silence. Damien's hand remained on Elena's waist, but his body had gone rigid with controlled fury. I'm sorry, he said quietly. James has issues with my business practices. He shouldn't have taken them out on you. Is it true? Elena kept her voice low. The Meridian deal. Did you destroy families? Yes. No hesitation. No justification. I bought a failing company, stripped its assets, and sold the pieces for profit. 500 people lost their jobs. I made $40 million. That's what I do. Elena, that's who I am. Then why are you saving my father's company? Because it serves my interests to do so. His eyes met hers, dark and unreadable. Don't mistake this marriage for redemption. I'm not the hero of this story. Before Elena could respond, a staff member approached, murmuring something about dinner service. Damien nodded, his mask of control sliding back into place. We should take our seats, he said. The performance continues. Dinner was served in a garden under white tents strung with lights that turned the evening into something almost magical. 300 guests seated at tables arranged in careful social hierarchies. Business associates near the center, society connections radiating outward, the truly important people at Damien's table. Elena sat at his right hand, Victoria to his left, Harrison Webb across from them. The conversation flowed around her like water around a stone. Business deals, market trends, society gossip delivered with surgical precision. She picked at her food, some kind of fish with sauce she couldn't identify, and tried to remember Marcus's coaching. Engaged but not overeager. Intelligent but not threatening. So, Elena, Victoria's voice cut through the ambient conversation. Damien mentioned you have a background in art history. Where did you study? NYU. Elena set down her fork. I specialize in contemporary art and cultural preservation. Fascinating. And what do you do now? I was curating at a gallery in Brooklyn. Before, she gestured vaguely, the ring on her finger catching candlelight. Before you met Damien and decided to become a full-time wife. Victoria's smile didn't reach her eyes. That must be quite a career change. Victoria. Damien's voice carried a warning. I'm just curious about your fiancé's background. Surely that's allowed. Victoria turned back to Elena. You'll forgive me for being protective. I've worked with Damien for 8 years. I've seen people try to take advantage of him. I'm sure you understand. Elena met her gaze steadily. I understand that you're loyal to him. That's admirable. But I'm not trying to take advantage of anyone. I'm just trying to navigate a situation that's complicated for everyone involved. How diplomatically put. Victoria took a sip of wine. And after the 18 months? What then? The table went silent. Elena felt Damien tense beside her, his hand finding hers under the table. A warning or a lifeline? She couldn't tell. I'm sorry. Elena kept her voice steady. 18 months. The contract term. Surely you're aware of the timeline. Victoria's eyes glittered with something like triumph. Or did Damien fail to mention that part? Victoria. Damien's voice went cold. That's confidential business information. Is it? I assumed your fiancée would be privy to the terms of her own marriage contract. Victoria set down her wine glass with deliberate care. But perhaps I'm mistaken. Perhaps Elena is exactly what she appears to be, a woman who fell madly in love with a billionaire and agreed to marry him after 6 months. How conventional. Elena's grip tightened on Damien's hand under the table. The timeline of our marriage is between Damien and me. I don't see how it concerns you. Everything that affects Damien's decision-making concerns me. I'm his business partner. Victoria stopped, something flickering across her face. I'm invested in his success, personally and professionally. Understanding crashed over Elena like a wave. Victoria Chin wasn't just protective of Damien. She was in love with him. I see. Elena's voice softened despite herself. You care about him. That's clear. But Victoria, I'm not your enemy. I'm not trying to hurt him or take advantage of him. I'm just trying to honor an agreement that benefits both of us. How noble. Victoria stood abruptly. If you'll excuse me, I need some air. She left the table, her exit graceful despite the tension radiating from her spine. Damien's hand remained clasped around Elena's under the table, his grip almost painful. I'm sorry, he said quietly, so only she could hear. Victoria doesn't know about the contract terms. No one does except Harrison and James. She's suspicious. She's in love with you. She's loyal to me. There's a difference. Is there? Elena turned to look at him and found his expression carefully neutral. Damien, has there ever been anything between you two? No. Victoria's my Sil. Nothing more. Does she know that? His jaw tightened. She should. Around them, conversation had resumed, other guests filling the awkward silence with practiced ease. But Elena could feel eyes on them. People watching, judging, looking for cracks in performance. We should dance, Damien said abruptly. The orchestra is starting. It's expected. He stood, extending a hand, and Elena took it because refusing would cause more speculation than accepting. They moved to the dance floor set up on the lawn, where other couples were already swaying to a string quartet's rendition of something classical and romantic. Damien's hand found her waist, his other hand clasping hers, and they fell into the rhythm of the practiced ease of two people who'd rehearsed this moment, except they hadn't rehearsed this. You're tense, Damien murmured, his breath warm against her temple. Your COO just publicly questioned our marriage. I think I'm allowed to be tense. Victoria will calm down. She's just protective. She's in love with you, and you're pretending not to notice. Elena looked up at him and found his expression carefully controlled. Does that make this easier for you? Pretending you don't see how people feel about you. I see exactly how people feel about me. I just choose not to let it affect my decisions. His hand tightened on her waist, pulling her fractionally closer. Victoria is brilliant at her job. Her personal feelings are irrelevant to our professional relationship. That's incredibly cold. That's survival in my world. His eyes held hers, dark and unreadable in the candlelight. Elena, I learned a long time ago that caring about people's feelings is a liability. It makes you vulnerable. It gives them power over you. I can't afford that kind of weakness. So you just don't care? About anyone? Something flickered across his face, gone too quickly to interpret. I care about results, about strategy, about building something that can't be taken away. That sounds lonely. It's efficient, but his voice had lost its edge, turning almost weary. You think I don't know what I've sacrificed to build this empire? You think I don't see what I've become? Then why not change? Because change requires vulnerability, and vulnerability gets you destroyed. His thumb brushed across her knuckles again, that small gesture that felt like a crack in his armor. My grandfather taught me that lesson with his belt and his locked closets. My mother taught me when she walked away. Every person I've ever trusted has taught me that caring is a weakness I can't afford. Elena's throat tightened. I'm sorry. Don't be. It made me who I am. He spun her gently, the movement fluid and practiced. Rich, powerful, untouchable, everything my grandfather wanted me to be. And miserable. Misery is subjective. But he didn't argue further. They danced in silence, surrounded by 300 people who were all watching, judging, looking for proof that this marriage was real or fake or something in between. And Elena realized with sudden, uncomfortable clarity that Damien Cross was exactly what he claimed to be, a man who'd sacrificed his humanity to build an empire. The question was whether 18 months in his orbit would destroy her humanity too. The music shifted to something slower, more intimate. Damien pulled her closer. His hand splayed across the small of her back, and Elena let herself sink into performance. Because that's what this was. A performance for 300 witnesses. Nothing real, nothing lasting. Just two people pretending to be something they weren't, for reasons that benefited them both. Elena. Damien's voice was quiet against her ear. Thank you. For what? For not running. For playing your role. For being better at this than I expected. His hand tightened on hers. I know this isn't what you wanted, but you're handling it with more grace than I deserve. Don't thank me yet. The night isn't over. No. His breath was warm against her temple. But we're surviving it. Together. The word hung between them. Together. And Elena wondered if Damien even realized what he'd said. That for just a moment, in the middle of the performance for 300 witnesses, he'd acknowledged that they were a team, even if it was only temporary. Even if it was only pretend. The music ended, and they separated with a careful choreography of people who knew they were being watched. Damien's hand lingered on her waist for just a moment longer than necessary, his eyes holding hers. Then the moment broke, and he was leading her back to their table, where Victoria had returned with her mask of professional competence firmly in place. The performance continued. At midnight, Elena finally escaped to the master's suite, her feet aching from hours in heels, her face tired from smiling. She kicked off the shoes, unzipped the navy dress, and stood in the bathroom in her slip, scrubbing off makeup with more force than necessary. The woman in the mirror looked exhausted, haunted, real. Elena! Damien's voice came from the bedroom. She wrapped herself in a robe, silk, probably expensive, hanging in the bathroom like everything else in his world, and emerged to find him standing by the windows, bow tie undone, jacket discarded, looking almost human in the moonlight. You survived, he said. Barely. She moved to the bed, sinking onto the edge with a sigh. Victoria hates me. Your business partner called me a transaction, and I spent 4 hours pretending to be madly in love with a man who just admitted he doesn't care about anyone. I never said I don't care about anyone. I said caring is a liability. He turned from the window, his expression unreadable. There's a difference. Is there? Yes. He moved closer, and Elena caught the scent of his cologne. Cedar and something darker. Elena, I need you to understand something. Tonight was a test. Victoria, James, the 300 witnesses, they were all looking for proof that this marriage is fake. And we passed. Because you played your role perfectly. I'm so glad I met your expectations. That's not what I meant. He sat on the couch, his sleeping space at night, and scrubbed a hand over his face. For the first time since she'd met him, he looked tired. Actually, genuinely tired. I meant that you're stronger than I expected. Smarter. More resilient. You could have crumbled under Victoria's interrogation or James's accusations. But you didn't. You held your ground. Because I had no choice. No, because you have a spine. His eyes met hers across the room. I chose you because your father's desperation gave me leverage. But I'm keeping you because you're more interesting than I anticipated. I'm not here to be interesting. I'm here because you bought me. I bought 18 months of your time. What you do with those months is up to you." He stood, moving to the closet. "You can spend them hating me and counting down the days, or you can use them to build something. Learn this world. Take advantage of the resources I'm offering." "Resources?" Elena laughed bitterly. "You mean the stylist who measures me like livestock? The media consultant who teaches me to lie convincingly? The event coordinator who reminds me I haven't earned respect yet? I mean the connections, the access, the platform." He pulled out pajamas, expensive cotton probably, and turned back to her. "Elena, you wanted to open a gallery. You wanted to curate art and build something meaningful. I can give you that. After the 18 months, you'll have $2 million and every connection in Manhattan's art world. You can build whatever you want. If I survive the 18 months, you will, because you're stronger than you think." He moved toward the bathroom, then paused in the doorway. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry about Victoria. And James. They're both dealing with their own demons, and they took them out on you. That wasn't fair. Nothing about this is fair. No." His expression softened almost imperceptibly. "But we're both trapped in it now. We might as well make it bearable." He disappeared into the bathroom, and Elena was alone with the king bed and the ocean view and the weight of the ring on her finger. She lay down on the mattress, probably cost more than her car, and stared at the ceiling. Outside, the Atlantic whispered against the shore. Inside, she could hear Damien moving around the bathroom. The sound of water running, the mundane noises of a man preparing for bed. A man who'd admitted he didn't know how to care about people. A man who'd built an empire on the ruins of other people's lives. A man who'd just called her strong. Elena closed her eyes and tried to sleep, but her mind kept circling back to the moment on the dance floor when Damien had said together, like they were partners, like this was real, like 18 months might actually be survivable if they stopped fighting each other and started fighting the world instead. The bathroom door opened. Damien emerged in pajama pants and a T-shirt, the most casual she'd ever seen him, and moved to the couch without a word. "Damien." Elena's voice was quiet in the darkness. "Yes." "Why did you really marry me? Not the strategic reasons. Not the business justification. The real reason." Silence stretched between them, broken only by the ocean's whisper. "Because you spilled champagne on my suit and looked at me like I was human," he said finally. "And I haven't felt human in a very long time." Then he turned away, pulling a blanket over himself, and the conversation was over. But Elena lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, wondering what kind of man built an empire just to remember what it felt like to be human, and whether 18 months with him would teach her the answer, or destroy her trying. Chapter 4. The Crack. Sunday morning light filtered through the master suite's windows, turning the Atlantic silver gold. Elena woke to the sound of waves and the disorienting realization that she'd slept in a billionaire's Hamptons estate after playing his fiancée for 300 witnesses. The couch where Damien had slept was empty, blanket folded with military precision. She found him on the terrace overlooking the ocean, coffee in hand, wearing running clothes that suggested he'd already been up for hours. His hair was damp from a shower, and for the first time since she'd met him, he looked almost relaxed. Almost. Morning. He didn't turn from the view. "There's coffee inside." Mrs. Whitmore made breakfast. Elena wrapped her robe tighter against the ocean breeze. "What time is it?" 7:30. "The helicopter leaves at 9 to take us back to Manhattan." He took a sip of coffee, his profile sharp against the morning light. "You should eat something. Yesterday was exhausting." "You mean the performance was exhausting?" "Yes." No denial, no justification, just acknowledgement. Elena moved to the railing beside him, keeping careful distance between them. Below, staff members were already dismantling the white tents from last night's reception, erasing evidence of the spectacle with efficient precision. "Victoria left early," Damien said. Around 11. She sent an email this morning apologizing for her behavior. Did you ask her to apologize? No. Victoria doesn't apologize unless she means it. He set down his coffee cup. She's protective of me. Sometimes that manifests as hostility toward people she perceives as threats. I'm not a threat to her. You're a threat to the world she understands. For 8 years, I've been predictable, controlled, married to my work. Then suddenly I'm engaged to a woman she's never met, moving faster than I've ever moved, breaking every pattern she's come to rely on. His jaw tightened. That terrifies her, because if I can change this drastically, what else might change? Elena studied his profile. The sharp line of his jaw, the controlled set of his shoulders, the way he held himself like a man expecting attack from any direction. Were you ever involved with her? She asked quietly. No. Does she know that? She should. He turned to face Elena, his expression unreadable. Victoria and I have a professional relationship built on mutual respect and strategic alignment. Nothing more. If she's developed feelings beyond that, it's not something I encouraged. But you knew. I suspected. I chose to ignore it because addressing it would compromise our working relationship. His eyes held hers. That probably makes me a coward. Or cruel. Or both. It makes you human. Something flickered across his face. Surprise, maybe, or something more vulnerable. You keep saying that like you're trying to convince yourself. Maybe I am. Elena looked back at the ocean, where morning light turned the waves into liquid gold. Last night, when we were dancing, you said we were surviving this together. Did you mean that? I don't say things I don't mean. Then help me understand something. She turned to face him fully. You built this entire empire on control and strategy and keeping everyone at arm's length. But then you marry a woman you barely know, bring her into your world, and expect her to just adapt. What's the end game, Damien? What do you actually want from me? He was quiet for a long moment, his coffee cup forgotten on the railing. Honestly, his voice dropped lower. I don't know. The strategic answer is that I want a wife who can stand beside me at events and make the right people believe this marriage is real. But the truth is more complicated than that. Try me. The truth is that I've spent the last 15 years building an empire and forgetting how to be anything except the monster my grandfather trained me to be. And then you spilled champagne on my suit and looked at me like I was just a man, not a billionaire, not a predator, just a man. He picked up his coffee cup, his grip tight enough to whiten his knuckles. I married you because somewhere in the back of my mind, I thought maybe 18 months with someone who still sees me as human might remind me what that feels like. Elena's throat tightened. That's a lot of weight to put on a contracted marriage. I know, which is why I'm not asking you to fix me or save me or any of that redemption arc bullshit. His eyes met hers, dark and unflinching. I'm just asking you to be honest with me. Especially when that honesty makes me uncomfortable. Like last night when I called you lonely? Exactly like that. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. You're the first person in years who's called me on my bullshit without wanting something in return. I want $2 million and my freedom in 18 months. That's contractual obligation. I'm talking about the moments in between. He set down his coffee cup with deliberate care. Elena, I know you hate this arrangement. I know you feel bought and controlled and trapped. But for the next 17 months and 3 weeks, we're stuck with each other. We can spend that time as enemies, or we can try to make it bearable. Your choice. Elena studied him. This man who bought her like an asset but was now standing on a terrace at dawn admitting he didn't know how to be human anymore. What does bearable look like, she asked. Honesty, boundaries, mutual respect within constraints of the contract. He moved closer, and Elena caught the scent of his cologne mixed with ocean air. I won't pretend this is a real marriage, but I also won't treat you like property. You'll have autonomy within reason, privacy when possible. And if I cross a line, I need you to tell me. Because I'm not good at reading people's boundaries. I'm good at bulldozing through them. I've noticed. So, help me not be an asshole. Call me out when I'm controlling or dismissive, or treating you like a project to be managed. His hand moved toward her face, then stopped, hovering in the space between them. May I? The question surprised her. May you what? Touch you. Not for show. Not for performance. Just because I want to see if you'll flinch. Elena's heart hammered against her ribs. Every instinct screamed at her to step back, to maintain distance, to not let him breach the walls she'd built. But something in his expression stopped her. Vulnerability. Actual, genuine vulnerability from a man who'd admitted he didn't know how to be human. Okay, she whispered. His hand moved her face, fingers brushing her cheek with unexpected gentleness. Not possessive, not controlling, just touching, like he was trying to remember what connection felt like. Elena didn't flinch. His thumb traced a line of her jaw, his touch warm against her skin, and she saw something shift in his expression. The careful control cracking, just enough to reveal the man underneath. You didn't flinch, he said quietly. Should I have? Most people do, when I touch them without strategic purpose. His hand dropped, and the moment broke. Thank you for that. For not flinching? For treating me like I'm capable of gentleness, even when I've given you every reason to believe I'm not. He stepped back, putting careful distance between them. We should go inside. Mrs. Whitmore will have breakfast ready, and we need to leave soon. He moved toward the French doors, then paused. Elena, one more thing. When we get back to Manhattan, I need to tell you something about my past, about why I am the way I am. It won't excuse my behavior, but it might help you understand it. Okay. It's not a pleasant story. I didn't expect it would be. He nodded once, then disappeared inside, leaving Elena alone on the terrace with the ocean view and the lingering warmth of his touch on her face. She raised her hand to her cheek, fingers tracing where it had been, and wondered what kind of childhood had taught Damien Cross that gentleness was something to be grateful for, and whether she was strong enough to survive learning the answer. The helicopter ride back to Manhattan was quiet. Damien worked on his tablet, reviewing documents for some Monday morning meeting. Elena stared out the window, watching the Hamptons recede into the distance, and try to process everything that had happened in the past 48 hours. The performance, Victoria's hostility, James's drunken accusations, the dance floor moment when Damien had said together, and this morning, his admission that he'd married her because she made him feel human. Her phone buzzed. Text from her father. How was the party? Are you okay? She typed back. Survived. That's all I can say right now. Another buzz. This time from an unknown number. This is Victoria Chun. I apologize for my behavior last night. It was unprofessional. I hope we can start fresh. Elena stared at the message, then showed it to Damien. He read it without expression. She means it. Victoria doesn't apologize lightly. Should I respond? That's up to you. But if you want to survive in my world, you'll need allies. Victoria could be one of them, if you let her. Elena typed carefully. Thank you for the apology. I understand protecting the people you care about. I'd like to start fresh, too. She hit send before she could second-guess herself. Damien's lips quirked into something almost like approval. Well played. I'm learning. Yes. His eyes held hers. You are. The helicopter began its descent toward the Tribeca helipad. Below, Manhattan spread out in steel and glass and Sunday morning quiet. The penthouse waited, sterile, perfect, empty of everything except the performance they'd agreed to maintain. 17 months and 3 weeks to go. Elena took a deep breath and prepared to return to the cage. By the time they reached the penthouse, it was nearly noon. Mrs. Whitmore had arranged their bags to be delivered separately, so they entered the sterile fortress empty-handed, like actors returning to a stage between performances. I have calls to make, Damien said, already moving toward his study. We'll have dinner at 7. There's something I need to show you afterward. What? Context. He paused in the doorway. You asked me to help you understand what I want from you. The answer starts with understanding what made me this way. Then he was gone, and Elena was alone in the living area with its white leather sofas and its view of the Hudson. She spent the afternoon unpacking in her suite, hanging Margot's creations in the walk-in closet. Try and make the space feel less like a hotel room and more like something she could survive in for 17 months. Her phone buzzed periodically. Texts from her father asking about the party, messages from friends she hadn't spoken to in days, a notification that her gallery job had officially terminated her employment, position eliminated due to restructuring. Translation: Damien had made good on his threat to fire anyone who monopolized his wife's time. She should have been angry, should have called him out for the controlling, manipulative move it was, but mostly she just felt tired. At 7 p.m., she emerged from her suite to find Damien in the dining area, where Mrs. Whitmore had left dinner under silver warming domes. He'd changed into casual clothes, jeans and a sweater that made him look almost approachable. Almost. Sit. He gestured to the chair across from him. We need to eat before I show you what I need to show you. Elena sat, and he uncovered the dishes. Some kind of pasta with vegetables, simple and elegant. They ate in silence for several minutes, the only sound the clink of silverware against china. You're nervous, Elena said finally. Observant. He set down his fork. What I'm about to show you, it's not something I share. Victoria doesn't know. Harrison suspects, but has never asked. Even James only knows pieces. Then why show me? Because you asked what I want from you, and the answer requires context you don't have. He stood, extending a hand. Come with me. Elena took his hand, warm, solid, trembling almost imperceptibly, and let him lead her down a hallway she'd never explored before. They passed the study, the home gym, several closed doors, until they reached into the corridor where a single door stood locked. Damien pulled a key from his pocket, his movements deliberate, and unlocked it. The room beyond was smaller than she'd expected, maybe 15 by 20 feet, and utterly different from the rest of the penthouse. Where everything else was sterile and modern, this space was personal. A desk with scattered papers, bookshelves crammed with volumes that looked actually read rather than curated, and covering one entire wall, photographs. Elena moved closer, her breath catching. The photos were all the same boy at different ages. 7, maybe 8 years old in the earliest ones. Dark hair, serious eyes, wearing clothes that were expensive but somehow wrong on him. In every photo, he stood stiffly, like a soldier at attention. No smiles, no warmth, just a child trying very hard to be perfect. That's me, Damien said quietly from the doorway. After my mother left, after my grandfather took over my upbringing. Elena studied the photos more closely. In some, she could see the edge of an adult figure, a man's hand on the boy's shoulder, gripped tight enough to leave marks. In others, the boy's arms showed bruises carefully positioned where sleeves would hide them. Jesus, she whispered. His name was Marcus Cross. My grandfather. He built Cross Capital from nothing. Started as a dock worker in Red Hook, clawed his way up through sheer viciousness and strategic cruelty. By the time I was born, he was worth $500 million and determined that his legacy would continue through me. Damien moved to stand beside her, his voice flat and factual. My mother left when I was 7. Couldn't handle his control anymore. She asked me to come with her. I said no. I thought if I stayed, if I was good enough, he'd love me the way she couldn't. Damien, I was wrong. He pointed to a photo of himself at maybe 10 years old, standing in what looked like a study. That's the room where he taught me business. Every day after school, for hours of lessons. Market analysis, negotiation tactics, how to identify weakness in an opponent and exploit it. If I made a mistake, he'd lock me in the closet, sometimes for hours, sometimes overnight. Elena's throat tightened. That's abuse. That's training. At least, that's what he called it. Damien's jaw tightened. He said emotions were weaknesses. Caring about people gave them power over you. The only way to survive was to be harder, colder, more ruthless than everyone else. So that's what I became. He moved to the desk, pulling out a leather journal. This is his diary. I found it after he died 5 years ago. Lung cancer. He refused treatment because he said weakness was unacceptable even in death. Damien opened the journal to a marked page and read aloud, his voice carefully controlled. The boy is too soft, too much like his mother. Today I caught him crying over a dead bird in the garden. Unacceptable. I locked him in the closet until he understood that sentiment is a liability. By morning he'd learned. No more tears. Finally, progress. He closed the journal with deliberate care. I was 8 years old. The bird had flown into a window. I tried to save it. Elena's hands clenched at her sides. I'm so sorry. Don't be. It made me who I am. Rich, powerful, capable of making decisions other people can't stomach. He returned the journal to the desk. But it also made me incapable of the things you take for granted. Connection, trust, the ability to care about someone without calculating the strategic advantage. Is that why you brought me here? To explain why you're... She searched for the right word. Damaged? Yes. He turned to face her fully. Elena, you asked what I want from you. The truth is, I want you to understand that I'm not choosing to be cruel or controlling. This is all I know. My grandfather spent 15 years teaching me that love is weakness and vulnerability gets you destroyed. I can't undo that programming in 18 months. But maybe I can learn to recognize when I'm repeating his patterns, if you're willing to call me on it. Elena moved closer to the wall of photographs, studying the progression of that serious-eyed boy into the controlled man standing beside her now. What happened to your mother? She asked quietly. She remarried. Lives in Paris. We haven't spoken in 20 years. His voice was carefully neutral. She sends a card every Christmas. Generic message. No personal details. I think she feels guilty for leaving me with him. Or maybe she just doesn't know what to say to the monster he created. You're not a monster. I destroyed 500 jobs with a Meridian deal and made $40 million. I bought and gutted a dozen companies. I married you to save your father's factory, but only because it served my strategic interests. What would you call that? Complicated. Elena turned to face him. Damien, what your grandfather did to you was abuse. Systematic. Calculated abuse designed to break you and remake you into his image. That's not your fault. But what you do with that knowledge now, how you choose to treat people going forward, that is your responsibility. I know. He moved to the window, staring out at the Manhattan skyline. That's why I'm showing you this. Because I need you to understand that when I'm controlling or dismissive or treating you like an asset to be managed, it's not personal. It's just the only framework I have for relationships. Business transactions with clearly defined terms and expectations. But I'm not a business transaction. I'm a person. I know that intellectually. But emotionally, he turned back to her, and for the first time, she saw genuine uncertainty in his expression. Emotionally, I don't know how to navigate relationships that aren't based on strategic advantage. I don't know how to care about someone without calculating what I get in return. And I don't know if I'm even capable of learning. Elena moved closer, close enough to see the fine lines at the corners of his eyes, the tension in his jaw, the way his control was a mask he wore so habitually that removing it probably felt like removing skin. Then we'll figure out together, she said quietly. For the next 17 months, we'll practice. You'll try to be less controlling. I'll try to call you out when you cross lines. And maybe by the end of this, we'll both be better at being human. That's optimistic. That's survival. She gestured to the photographs on the wall. You brought me here because you wanted me to understand your context. Fine, I understand. Your grandfather was a monster who broke you systematically and taught you that love is weakness. But Damien, he's dead. He's been dead for 5 years. At some point, you have to decide whether you're going to keep living by his rules or start writing your own. His jaw tightened. It's not that simple. It never is. But it's also not impossible. Elena moved to the door, then paused. Thank you for showing me this. For trusting me with your context. It doesn't excuse the controlling behavior or the manipulation, but it helps me understand where it comes from. And that's a start. She left him standing in the room with his photographs and his grandfather's journal and the weight of 15 years of systematic abuse. In the hallway, she leaned against the wall and tried to steady her breathing. She'd known Damien Cross was damaged. She'd suspected his childhood had been difficult, but she hadn't expected this. Systematic torture disguised as training. A grandfather who deliberately broken a child to remake him into a weapon. No wonder Damien didn't know how to be human. He'd spent 15 years being taught that humanity was a weakness to be eliminated. Her phone buzzed. Text from an unknown number. This is Marcus Reeves. I wanted to follow up on your media training. The engagement announcement runs in tomorrow's Times. Be prepared for attention. Right. The performance continued. The society pages would run their fabricated love story, and Elena would be expected to smile and play her role and pretend that her contracted husband hadn't just shown her the room where he kept evidence of his systematic destruction. She pushed off the wall and headed back to her suite, exhaustion pulling at her bones. Tomorrow, she'd be Elena Morgan, billionaire's fiancée, woman who'd fallen madly in love after 6 months. Tonight, she was just Elena, try to process the reality of the man she'd agreed to spend 18 months with. A man who'd been taught that love was weakness. A man who'd married her because she made him feel human. A man who might actually be capable of change if someone was willing to call him on his bullshit for 17 more months. Elena closed her suite door and leaned against it, staring at the king bed and the ocean view that wasn't really an ocean view because they were in Tribeca now, not the Hamptons. Her phone buzzed again. This time, a text from Damien. Thank you for not running. She typed back. Thank you for trusting me with your context. 3 dots appeared, then disappeared, then appeared again. Finally, this is harder than I expected. What is? Being honest, being vulnerable, letting someone see the broken parts. Elena stared at the message, her throat tight. You're not broken. You're just human. And that's scarier than being a monster, isn't it? Long pause. Then, yes. She set down her phone and stared at the ceiling, wondering what she'd gotten herself into. 17 months and 3 weeks with a man who was learning how to be human. 17 months and 3 weeks of calling him on his bullshit and hoping he didn't destroy her in the process. 17 months and 3 weeks of pretending this was a performance while something uncomfortably real grew in the spaces between them. Her phone buzzed one more time. I'm sorry about your gallery job. That was controlling and manipulative, and I should have asked before interfering. I'll make it right. Elena typed, How? I'm funding a new gallery. You'll cure it. Full autonomy. Opening in 6 months. Consider it restitution for being an asshole. She stared at the message, emotions warring in her chest. Anger that he'd fired her in the first place. Gratitude that he was trying to make it right. Confusion about whether this was manipulation or genuine apology. We'll discuss terms tomorrow. But, Damien, thank you. Don't thank me yet. I'll probably fuck it up somehow. Probably. But at least you're trying. That's more than I usually do. Elena set down her phone and closed her eyes, exhaustion finally pulling her under. Tomorrow, the society pages would run their fabricated love story. Tomorrow, 300 witnesses would gossip about the performance they'd seen. Tomorrow, she'd wake up in a sterile penthouse with a man who was learning how to be human. But tonight, she'd seen the photographs on his wall and understood exactly what she was dealing with. A man who'd been systematically broken and taught that love was weakness. A man who was actually trying to be better. A man who might actually be worth saving, if she was strong enough to survive the attempt. Elena drifted into sleep with that thought circling her mind like a prayer or a warning or both. 17 months and 3 weeks to go. And something told her they were going to be the longest and most transformative months of her life. Chapter 5, The Betrayal. The New York Times Society pages hit newsstands Monday morning with a half-page spread that made Elena's stomach clench. Cross Capital titan Damien Cross announces engagement to Brooklyn art curator. The photo was from Saturday night. Her in the navy dress, Damien's hand at her waist, both of them looking at each other with expressions that the photographer had caught at precisely the right angle to suggest genuine affection. The caption read, Love conquers all. Manhattan's most eligible bachelor falls for Brooklyn Heights curator Elena Morgan in whirlwind 6-month romance. The article was worse. Marcus's fabricated narrative, polished to gleaming perfection. Sources close to the couple's say Cross was immediately taken with Morgan's intelligence and passion for art. He's never looked at any one way he looks at her, says one insider. It's like she sees past the billionaire to the man underneath. Elena set down her coffee, nausea rising in her throat. It's effective. Damien's voice came from the doorway of the dining area. He was already dressed for the office. Charcoal suit, burgundy tie, the armor of Manhattan's business elite. Marcus did his job well. It's a lie. It's a narrative. There's a difference. He moved to the coffee maker, pouring himself a cup with practiced efficiency. By noon, every society blog will have picked it up. By tonight, you'll have interview requests from 3 magazines and at least 1 morning show. Marcus will handle all of it. Handle it how? By declining politely and maintaining mystique. The less we say, the more they'll speculate. Speculation keeps us interesting. He took a sip of coffee, his expression unreadable. Your phone is about to explode. I'd suggest putting it on silent. As if on cue, Elena's phone buzzed. Then again, then a rapid-fire succession of notifications that made the device vibrate across the marble counter. She picked it up. Texts from college friends she hadn't spoken to in years. Messages from distant relatives. 3 missed calls from her mother, who apparently read the society pages religiously. And 1 text from an unknown number. Congratulations on your engagement. I'm sure it has nothing to do with your father's convenient financial rescue. A friend. Elena showed it to Damien. His jaw tightened. Blocked the number. It's probably James, still drunk and bitter. Or someone who actually knows the truth. The truth is irrelevant if no one can prove it. He set down his coffee cup. Elena, this is how my world works. People will always speculate, always look for scandals, always try to tear down what they can't understand. The only defense is to give them nothing to work with, by lying convincingly, by controlling the narrative before someone else does. He checked his watch. Platinum probably cost more than her college tuition. I have meetings all day. Victoria wants to brief you on some foundation work this afternoon. 2 p.m., my office. Don't be late. Foundation work? The Cross Foundation. We fund arts education programs in underserved communities. Victoria runs it, but she needs a public face who isn't me. You're perfect for the role. Art background, genuine passion, photogenic enough for donor events. He moved toward the elevator. It's also good cover for why we got married so quickly. Shared philanthropic interests. Very romantic. Everything is strategy with you. Everything is survival. The elevator doors opened. 2 p.m. Elena. Caroline will send you the address. Then he was gone, and Elena was alone with the society pages and the growing certainty that she'd underestimated exactly how deep the performance went. Her phone rang. Her mother. Elena answered, bracing herself. Elena Marie Morgan. When were you planning to tell your own mother that you're engaged? Patricia Morgan's voice was equal parts hurt and excited. I had to read about it in the Times like a stranger. Mom, And to Damien Cross. Sweetheart, do you have any idea who he is? What his family is worth? Your father said you 2 met at a charity event, but he was very vague about the details, and you know how your father gets when he's hiding something. Mom. Elena cut through the stream of words. It happened quickly. I'm sorry you found out through the papers. I should have called. You absolutely should have called. But I forgive you because I'm too excited to stay mad. Patricia's voice softened. Are you happy, sweetheart? Really happy. The question landed like a blow. Elena looked around the sterile penthouse, marble and chrome and floor-to-ceiling windows that turned Manhattan into a postcard. Beautiful. Empty. A cage disguised as luxury. I'm adjusting, she said carefully. That's not what I asked. Mom, it's complicated. Love is always complicated. But Elena, I've known you for 28 years. I can hear when you're putting on a brave face. Patricia paused. Is this about your father's company? Did Damien help with the financial troubles? Elena's throat tightened. Why would you think that? Because your father's been walking around like he won the lottery for the past week, and the factory just got a massive capital injection from Cross Capital. I'm not stupid. Sweetheart, I can add 2 and 2. Mom, I don't care if it started as a business arrangement. Your father and I started as a setup by our parents, and we've been married 32 years. Sometimes the best relationships begin with practical foundations. Patricia's voice turned gentle. Just promise me you're being careful. Men like Damien Cross, they're used to getting what they want. Make sure what he wants includes your happiness. I promise. Good. Now, when do I get to meet him properly? The society pages say there's an engagement party this weekend, but surely we're invited to something more intimate first. Elena closed her eyes. I'll talk to Damien about dinner this week. Perfect. I'll make my pot roast. Your father says Damien is very particular about food, but everyone loves my pot roast. They talked for another 10 minutes. Her mother's excited plans, questions about the wedding timeline, speculation about grandchildren that made Elena's stomach clench. When she finally hung up, her hands were shaking. Her phone buzzed immediately. Text from Caroline. Meeting with Victoria Chun at 2 p.m. Cross Capital offices, 47th floor. Car will collect you at 1:30 p.m. Business casual attire. Another buzz. This time from Damien. Your mother called my office. Apparently we're having dinner with your parents Thursday night. I agreed. Hope that's acceptable. Elena typed back. You could have asked first. I could have. But your mother is persistent, and I didn't want to be rude. Besides, meeting the parents is expected at this stage. This stage of our fake engagement. This stage of our public relationship. The distinction matters. Elena set down her phone and moved to her suite, where Margot's creations hung in the walk-in closet like artifacts from someone else's life. She chose a navy sheath dress and blazer, business casual, whatever that meant in Damien's world, and tried to prepare herself for whatever Victoria Chin wanted. Foundation work. Shared philanthropic interests. Another layer of performance to maintain. She was so tired of performing. The Cross Capital offices occupied the top 15 floors of a glass tower in Midtown, all steel and chrome, and the hushed efficiency of serious money. Elena rode the elevator to the 47th floor, where Caroline met her in the lobby with her usual professional neutrality. Miss Morgan, Victoria is expecting you. Conference room 3. She led Elena down a hallway lined with abstract art, the expensive kind that museums fought over, to a glass-walled conference room overlooking Manhattan. Victoria stood at the windows, phone pressed to her ear, wearing a charcoal suit that probably cost more than Elena's monthly rent in Brooklyn. She ended the call as Elena entered. Elena, thank you for coming. Victoria gestured to the conference table, where folders and tablets were arranged with military precision. Please sit. We have a lot to cover. Elena sat, and Victoria settled across from her, her expression professionally neutral, but her eyes sharp with assessment. I want to start by apologizing again for Saturday night, Victoria said. My behavior was inappropriate. You didn't deserve my hostility. You were protecting someone you care about. I understand. Understanding doesn't excuse it. Victoria opened one of the folders. But I'm hoping we can move past it. Because if you're going to be Damien's wife, even temporarily, we'll be working together frequently. The Cross Foundation needs a public face, and Damien has decided that's you. He mentioned that this morning. Did he mention that the foundation manages $50 million in annual grants? That we fund arts education programs in 30 states? That every decision we make affects thousands of students? Victoria's eyes held Elena's. This isn't a vanity project or a photo opportunity. This is serious work that requires serious commitment. I'm capable of serious commitment. Are you? Victoria pulled up something on her tablet. Your employment history shows 3 gallery jobs in 5 years. You left each one within 18 months. That suggests someone who gets bored easily or doesn't handle long-term responsibility well. Elena's jaw tightened. Or someone who was working entry-level positions with no room for advancement. I left because I wanted to grow, not stagnate. Fair point. Victoria made a note. What's your experience with grant management? None. Donor relations? None. Event coordination for high net worth individuals? None. Elena leaned forward. But I have a master's in art history, 5 years of gallery experience, and genuine passion for making art accessible to underserved communities. I can learn the rest. Can you? Victoria set down her tablet. Elena, I'm going to be blunt. Damien married you for reasons I don't fully understand. Maybe it's love. Maybe it's strategy. Maybe it's both. But regardless of his motivations, you're now in a position of significant influence. How you use that influence matters. I'm not trying to use any influence. I'm just trying to survive the next 17 months. Victoria's expression shifted. Surprise, maybe, or recognition. So you do know the contract terms. Of course I know the contract terms. I signed them. Most people in arranged marriages pretend it's real. You're not even trying to maintain the illusion in private. Would you prefer I lie to you? I prefer honesty. Always. Victoria pulled up a new document on her tablet. Here's what I'm proposing. You become the public face of the Cross Foundation. Attend donor events. Speak at fundraisers. Visit the schools we support. In exchange, I'll teach you everything you need to know about grant management, donor relations, and nonprofit administration. By the end of 18 months, you'll have skills that translate to any arts organization in the country. Why would you do that? Because despite my initial hostility, I'm not actually interested in sabotaging you. I'm interested in protecting the Foundation's work. If you're going to represent us publicly, you need to be competent. And if you're competent, the Foundation benefits. Victoria's expression softened almost imperceptibly. Also, because I worked for Damien for 8 years, and I've never seen him look at anyone the way he looked at you Saturday night. That terrifies me, but it also makes me think you might actually matter to him, which means I should probably help you survive his world instead of making it harder. Elena studied the woman across from her. Brilliant, protective, still clearly in love with Damien, but trying to move past it. Saturday night, when you questioned the 18-month timeline, Elena said quietly, "That wasn't about protecting the Foundation. That was about protecting him." "Yes." "Are you in love with him?" Victoria's jaw tightened. "That's not relevant to our working relationship. It's relevant to whether we can actually work together. Because if you're in love with him and I'm married to him, even temporarily, that's going to create tension." "I'm aware." Victoria closed her tablet with deliberate care. "Elena, I'm going to tell you something I've never told Damien. Yes, I have feelings for him. I've had them for years. But I'm also a professional who understands that those feelings are my problem, not his responsibility. I've never acted on them. I never will. And I'm certainly not going to let them compromise the Foundation's work or make your life miserable. That's very mature of you. That's survival in a world where emotions are liabilities." Victoria stood, moving to windows. "Damien and I have a working relationship built on mutual respect and strategic alignment. That's all it will ever be. I've made my peace with that. The question is whether you can make peace with working alongside someone who has complicated feelings about your husband." Elena joined her at the windows, where Manhattan spread out below them in steel and glass and Monday afternoon chaos. "I can work with complicated," she said. "My entire life right now is complicated." "Good." Victoria pulled out her phone, typing quickly. "I'm sending you the Foundation's annual report and grant guidelines. Read them by Thursday. We have a donor dinner Friday night. Black tie. 200 guests, very important for next year's funding. You'll need to be prepared. Another performance. Another opportunity to prove you belong in this world." Victoria's eyes met Elena's. "Look, I know you didn't ask for this. I know you're probably counting down the days until you can walk away. But while you're here, you might as well make it count for something. The Foundation does real good. We change lives. If you're going to be the public face of that work, at least do it justice." "I will." "Then we'll get along fine." Victoria returned to the conference table, gathering her folders. "One more thing. Damien told me about the gallery he's funding for you. I think it's a good idea. You'll need something of your own in his world, something he can't control or take away. He's already taken away my previous job. I know that was controlling and inappropriate, and I told him so. Victoria's expression turned almost sympathetic. Elena, Damien is brilliant at business and terrible at relationships. He'll cross lines without realizing it. He'll try to manage you like an asset. When that happens, push back. Hard. It's the only thing he respects. You sound like you're speaking from experience. 8 years of experience. Victoria moved toward the door. Come on. I'll show you the foundation offices. You should see where you'll be working. Elena spent the next 2 hours touring the Cross Foundation offices, a full floor dedicated to grant management, donor relations, and program coordination. She met staff members whose passion for arts education was genuine and infectious. She saw photos of students whose lives had been changed by foundation funding. Real work, real impact. By the time Victoria's assistant dropped her back at the penthouse, it was after 5 p.m. and Elena's head was spinning with information about grant cycles and donor cultivation strategies, and the upcoming gala that would determine next year's funding. She found Damien in his study, reviewing documents with the focused intensity of someone who'd been working for 12 hours straight. "How was Victoria?" he asked without looking up. "Surprisingly helpful. Also still in love with you." That got his attention. He set down his pen, his expression carefully neutral. "She told you that?" "She admitted she has feelings." "I don't think she's told you." "No." He leaned back in his chair, scrubbing a hand over his face. "I've suspected for years. I've also deliberately ignored it because addressing it would compromise our working relationship." "That's what she said, too. You're both very good at compartmentalizing. It's a survival skill in this world." He stood, moving to the bar cart in the corner. "Drink. Please." He poured 2 glasses of whiskey, handed her one, and settled into the chair across from his desk. "Victoria is brilliant, loyal, one of the few people I trust completely. If she's offered to mentor you in foundation work, take her up on it. You'll learn more from her in 6 months than most people learn in a career. Even though she's in love with you, especially because she's in love with me, it means she'll hold you to impossible standards to prove you're worthy." He took a sip of whiskey. "Also, it means she'll be honest with you in ways most people won't. Victoria doesn't do polite lies." Elena studied him over the rim of her glass. "Does it bother you, knowing she has feelings you can't return?" "Yes, but not enough to sacrifice our professional relationship." His eyes met hers. "That probably makes me a selfish asshole. It makes you pragmatic, which is different but equally problematic." "I'm aware." He set down his glass. "Your mother called my office today. Apparently we're having dinner with your parents Thursday night. I heard. You could have asked me first." "I could have, but your mother was very insistent, and I didn't want to be rude to my future mother-in-law." Something almost like amusement touched his expression. "She offered to make pot roast. I said that sounded lovely." "You've never had her pot roast." "I've also never had dinner with the family of a woman I married for strategic purposes. This will be educational for both of us." Elena laughed despite herself. "You're going to hate it. My parents' house is small and cramped and nothing like this." She gestured at the study with its leather furniture and original artwork. "My mom will ask invasive questions. My dad will be awkward. It's going to be a disaster." "Good. I could use a disaster that isn't business-related." He stood, moving to window. "Elena, I need to tell you something. About your father's company." Her stomach clenched. "What about it?" "I'm installing automation in the assembly line. It will increase efficiency by 40% and reduce operating costs significantly, but it will also eliminate 50 jobs." The whiskey turned to ash in her mouth. 50 people. 50 positions. I'm offering retraining programs and severance packages. No one will be left without options, but they'll still lose their jobs. Elena set down her glass with shaking hands. "Damien, those are people I've known my whole life. Maria's kids, Tommy's mortgage, Chen's daughter's tuition. Will all be protected by the severance packages I'm offering. Elena, I saved the company. I didn't promise to save every job. You promised to save the company. The company is the people who work there. The company is a business entity that needs to be profitable to survive. Keeping 50 unnecessary positions isn't sustainable long term. His voice was maddeningly calm. I'm making a decision that ensures Morgan Manufacturing thrives for the next 20 years. That's what your father hired me to do. My father didn't hire you. You bought me and the company came with a package. Semantics. He turned from the window, his expression controlled, but his eyes holding something almost like regret. Elena, I know this is hard. I know you care about those 50 people. But business isn't about caring. It's about making difficult decisions that serve the greater good. The greater good of your profit margin. The greater good of the 150 people who will still have jobs because I made the company profitable. His jaw tightened. You can't save everyone. Sometimes you have to choose who survives. Elena stood, her hands clenched into fists. Then I'm choosing to fight for those 50 people. I want you to delay the automation. Give me 6 months to find alternative solutions. Retraining programs, job placement services, anything that doesn't just throw them away like they're disposable. They're not disposable. They're redundant. There's a difference. Not to them there isn't. She moved closer, holding his gaze. Damien, you showed me your grandfather's photographs. You told me about the systematic abuse. The lessons that taught you people are assets to be managed. But those 50 workers aren't assets. They're human beings with families and mortgages and lives that will be destroyed if you do this. Their lives won't be destroyed. They'll be disrupted. Then they'll adapt. That's how capitalism works. That's how cruelty works. Elena's voice rose despite her best efforts. You're doing exactly what your grandfather taught you, treating people like numbers on a spreadsheet instead of human beings who matter. Something flickered in his expression, pain maybe, or recognition. Don't use my trauma against me. I'm not using it against you. I'm asking you to see the pattern. Your grandfather taught you that caring is weakness, that people are tools to be used or discarded based on strategic value. And now you're about to discard 50 people because they don't fit your efficiency model. Can't you see how that's exactly what he would have done? Yes. The word came out flat, emotionless. I can see it. I just don't know how to do anything differently. Then learn. Elena's throat tightened. Damien, you said you wanted me to call you on your bullshit. Fine. This is bullshit. You're hiding behind business logic to avoid confronting the fact that you're about to hurt people. Real people. People who trusted my father to protect them. Your father trusted me to save the company. This is how I'm doing it. By becoming the monster your grandfather trained you to be. The words hung between them like a blade. Damien's expression went glacial. Get out. What? Get out of my study. Go to your suite. I don't want to see you right now. Damien. I said get out. His voice was quiet, dangerous. Before I say something we'll both regret. Elena held his gaze for a long moment, seeing the controlled fury in his eyes, the way his hands clenched at his sides, the careful distance he was maintaining between them. She'd pushed too hard. Crossed a line she shouldn't have crossed. But she wasn't sorry. Fine. She moved toward the door. But I'm not dropping this. Those 50 jobs matter. And if you go through the automation without finding alternatives, then you're proving that your grandfather was right, that you are exactly the monster he created. She left before he could respond, her heart hammering against her ribs. In her suite, she leaned against the closed door and tried to steady her breathing. She called him a monster, used his trauma against him, crossed every boundary he'd established. Her phone buzzed. Text from Damien, you're right. I am the monster he created. But that doesn't mean I know how to be anything else. Elena stared at the message, her throat tight. She typed, then let me help you learn. Long pause. 3 dots appeared, then disappeared, then appeared again. Finally, I don't know if I'm capable of learning, but I'll delay the automation for 6 months. Find your alternative solutions. Prove me wrong. Thank you. Don't thank me. I'm not doing this because I'm good. I'm doing it because you called me on my bullshit, and I'm too proud to prove you right. I'll take it. Another pause. Then, dinner Thursday with your parents. I'll try not to be a monster for one evening. Just be yourself. My parents aren't easily impressed anyway. That's what terrifies me. Elena set down her phone and stared at the ceiling. She'd just fought with a billionaire over 50 factory jobs and won. She called him a monster and made him confront the patterns his grandfather had instilled. She'd crossed lines and boundaries and every rule of their contractual arrangement. And somehow, impossibly, he'd listened. Maybe Damien Cross wasn't irredeemable after all. Maybe he was just a man who'd been systematically broken and was finally, slowly, learning how to be human again. Or maybe she was deluding herself, and the next 17 months would prove that monsters didn't change. They just learned to hide their teeth better. Elena closed her eyes and tried to sleep, but her mind kept circling back to the look on Damien's face when she called him a monster. Pain, recognition, and something that looked almost like relief. Like he'd been waiting years for someone to finally see him clearly and call him on his bullshit. Like maybe, just maybe, he wanted to be better than what his grandfather had made him, even if he didn't know how. Chapter 6, The Surrender. Thursday evening arrived with the weight of inevitability. Elena stood in her suite, staring at her reflection in the full-length mirror and wondering how to dress for dinner with her parents when her billionaire husband, fake husband, contracted husband, would be meeting them for the first time. She'd chosen simple. Dark jeans, a cream cashmere sweater, not the consignment one. Margot had sent replacements. Minimal jewelry. The engagement ring felt heavy on her finger, its 3-carat diamond catching light like an accusation. Her phone buzzed. Damien. Car leaves in 10 minutes. I'm bringing wine. What does your father drink? She typed back. Beer. Budweiser. From a can. Long pause. Then, I'll bring wine anyway. For your mother. Elena smiled despite her nerves. The past 3 days since their fight had been strange. Damien more careful around her, asking permission before making decisions that affected her schedule, actually listening when she pushed back on his controlling instincts. He'd even sent her the automation delay paperwork, signed and notarized with a note, 6 months. Don't make me regret this. She was trying very hard not to make him regret it. The elevator chimed. Elena grabbed her coat and found Damien waiting in the foyer, wearing dark jeans and a charcoal sweater that made him look less like a billionaire titan and more like a man trying very hard to seem approachable. He held a wine bag from a shop that probably charged more per bottle than her parents spent on groceries in a month. You look nervous, she said. I am nervous. He adjusted his collar unnecessarily. I've negotiated billion-dollar deals with sovereign wealth funds. I've faced down hostile boards and activist investors. But meeting your parents terrifies me. Why? Because they're the people who raised you, who taught you to see humans instead of assets, who gave you the spine to call me on my bullshit. His eyes met hers. I want them to like me, which is irrational, since this is a contractual arrangement. But apparently I'm capable of irrational desires now. Your influence. Elena's throat tightened. Just be yourself. They're not easily impressed by money or status. That's what terrifies me. I don't know how to be impressive without those things. Then don't try to be impressive. Just try to be decent. I'm not sure I know how to do that either. Then we'll figure out together. She took his hand, warm, solid, trembling almost imperceptibly. Come on. My mother's pot roast waits for no one. The drive to Brooklyn Heights took 20 minutes through Thursday evening traffic. Damien's driver navigated the narrow streets with the careful precision of someone used to transporting precious cargo. When they pulled up in front of the modest brownstone where Elena had grown up, Damien stared at it like he was seeing an alien landscape. This is where you lived? For 18 years. Then I moved to my apartment 3 blocks away. Elena gathered her coat. It's small, cramped, nothing like what you're used to, but it's home. It looks. He searched for the right word. Lived in. That's called having a family. She opened the car door before the driver could. Come on. My mother's probably watching from the window. Patricia Morgan met them at the door, wiping her hands on an apron, and beaming with a kind of unfiltered joy that made Elena's chest ache. She was 56, graying hair pulled into a practical bun, wearing the same floral dress she'd worn to every family dinner for the past decade. Elena! She pulled her daughter into a hug that smelled like pot roast and vanilla candles. And you must be Damien. Come in, come in. Don't just stand there in the cold. Damien extended a hand. Mrs. Morgan, thank you for having me. Oh, none of that Mrs. Morgan nonsense. Call me Patricia. She ignored his hand and pulled him into a hug that made his eyes widen with something like panic. And thank you for making my daughter so happy. The society pages said you two are madly in love, and I can see it in how you look at each other. Elena caught Damien's gaze over her mother's shoulder. His expression was carefully controlled, but she saw the uncertainty there. A man who'd spent his life in boardrooms suddenly thrust into a world where people hug without strategic purpose. Come in, Patricia said, ushering them into the narrow hallway. James is in the living room. Dinner's almost ready. Elena showed Damien where to put his coat. The house was exactly as Elena remembered. Small rooms crammed with 30 years of accumulated life. Family photos on every surface. Bookshelves overflowing. The scent of pot roast and something baking, probably Patricia's famous apple pie. Warm, cluttered, real. She watched Damien take it all in, his eyes tracking over the chaos with the careful assessment of someone cataloging every detail. It's overwhelming, isn't it? She said quietly. It's... He hung his coat on the rack by the door. I've never seen a house that looked actually lived in. Mine was always sterile. Perfect, like a museum where touching anything was forbidden. You can touch things here. My mother encourages it. James Morgan emerged from the living room, and Elena saw the moment her father and Damien locked eyes. Two men bound by a contract neither of them could discuss in front of Patricia. James looked better than he had in months. The weight of financial ruin lifted from his shoulders, but his expression held complicated guilt. Damien. He extended a hand. Good to see you again. James. Damien's handshake was firm, professional. Thank you for the invitation. Thank Patricia. She's been planning this dinner since Monday. James gestured toward the living room. Come sit. Can I get you a drink? I've got beer or... Beer is fine. Damien followed him, and Elena trailed behind, watching her contracted husband navigate her childhood home like he was walking through a minefield. The living room was small, worn sofa, coffee table scarred by years of use, a television that was at least a decade old. Damien settled onto the sofa with the careful precision of someone trying not to break anything, and James handed him a Budweiser in a can. I brought wine, Damien said, gesturing to the bag he'd set by the door. For Patricia. I wasn't sure what she preferred, so I brought a selection. That's thoughtful. James sat in his recliner, the chair that had been his domain for as long as Elena could remember. Patricia will appreciate it. She's been excited about this dinner all week. Awkward silence stretched between them. Elena perched on the arm of the sofa, close enough to Damien that she could feel his tension radiating like heat. The factory is doing well, James said finally. The capital injection has made a real difference. We're actually ahead of production schedule for the first time in years. Good. Damien took a sip of beer, his expression carefully neutral. That's what we hope for. About the automation, we're delaying implementation for 6 months. Damien's eyes flicked to Elena. Your daughter made a compelling argument for alternative solutions. We're exploring retraining programs and job placement services. James's eyebrows rose. You're delaying automation because Elena asked you to? I'm delaying automation because it's a strategically sound decision given the current circumstances. But his hand found Elena's, squeezing gently. Also because your daughter is more persuasive than I anticipated. She gets that from her mother. James took a long pull of his beer. Patricia could talk a cat out of a tree. Elena inherited that gift. I'm discovering that. Damien's thumb brushed across Elena's knuckles, that small gesture that had become familiar over the past week, along with her spine, and her complete unwillingness to be managed like a corporate asset. That she gets from me? James's expression softened. Damien, I know this arrangement started as business. I know what I asked of both of you. But I'm grateful for the company, for the jobs you're saving, for treating my daughter with more respect than I probably deserve after what I did. Dad, Elena started. No, let me say this. James set down his beer. I sold my daughter to save my company. That's the truth of it, no matter how we dress it up in contracts and strategic partnerships. And I'll carry that guilt for the rest of my life. But Damien, if you're going to be married to her, even temporarily, I need to know you'll treat her right, that you won't use her the way I did. Damien was quiet for a long moment, his hand still clasped around Elena's. I can't promise I won't make mistakes, he said finally. I'm not good at relationships. I'm not good at seeing people as anything except strategic assets. But I'm trying, because your daughter refuses to let me be anything less than human around her. And that's new for me. Good. James met his eyes. Because if you hurt her, contract or no contract, I'll find a way to make you regret it. Dad. Elena's face flushed. That's fair, Damien interrupted. I'd expect nothing less from a father protecting his daughter. Dinner's ready. Patricia's voice called from the kitchen. Come eat before it gets cold. Dinner was chaos in the best possible way. Patricia had made pot roast with all the fixings, mashed potatoes, roasted vegetables, homemade rolls that were still warm from the oven. She'd set the dining table with her good china, the set she only used for holidays and special occasions, and lit candles that made the small room feel almost elegant. Damien sat beside Elena, his posture slightly less rigid than it had been in the living room, and tried Patricia's pot roast with the careful attention of someone evaluating a business proposal. This is excellent, he said, and Elena could tell he meant it. Thank you for going to this trouble. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Patricia beamed. I love cooking for family. And your family now, Damien. Or you will be soon. Have you two set a wedding date? Elena nearly choked on her water. We're still discussing timeline. Damien said smoothly. Elena wants something intimate. I'm inclined to agree. Intimate is lovely. Your father and I got married at City Hall with 2 witnesses. Best decision we ever made. Patricia passed the rolls. Tell me, Damien, what are your intentions with my daughter? The society pages say you fell madly in love, but I want to hear it from you. Mom, Elena tried to intervene. It's a fair question. Damien set down his fork, his expression serious. Patricia, I won't lie to you. This relationship moved quickly, faster than either of us expected. But my intentions are to treat Elena with respect, to honor commitments we've made to each other, and to ensure that whatever happens between us, she comes out of it stronger than when we started. It was the most honest thing he'd said all evening, and Elena saw her mother recognize it. That's a very careful answer, Patricia said. That's a very careful question. Fair enough, Patricia smiled. But Damien, I've been married for 32 years. I know what love looks like. And I see the way you look at my daughter when you think no one's watching. That's not careful. That's something else entirely. Damien's hand found Elena's under the table, his grip almost painful. I'm still figuring out what it is, he said quietly. But I promise you, whatever it becomes, I won't take it for granted. The conversation shifted to safer topics. James's plans for factory, Patricia's garden, Elena's upcoming work with the Cross Foundation. Damien asked questions, listened with genuine attention, and slowly relaxed into the chaotic warmth of a family dinner. Elena watched him across the pot roast and homemade rolls, seeing the careful way he navigated her parents' questions, the almost smile when Patricia told an embarrassing story from Elena's childhood, the way his hand kept finding hers under the table like an anchor. He was trying, actually, genuinely trying to be human, in a world that had taught him humanity was weakness. After dinner, Patricia brought out apple pie and coffee, and they moved to the living room where conversation flowed easier. James and Damien discussed factory operations with the careful neutrality of men, avoiding the elephant in the room. Patricia showed Damien photo albums from Elena's childhood, ballet recitals, science fair projects, the time she tried to dye her hair purple and ended up with orange. Mom, please stop. Elena begged, her face burning. Oh, hush. He should know what he's getting into. Patricia pointed to a photo of 10-year-old Elena covered in paint. This was her abstract expressionist phase. She painted everything in the house, including the dog. The dog was a willing participant. Elena protested. The dog had to be bathed 3 times. But Patricia's eyes were warm with love. My brilliant, stubborn, creative daughter. I'm so proud of who you become. Elena's throat tightened. Thanks, Mom. By the time they left, after Patricia had packed leftovers and extracted promises of monthly dinners, it was nearly 10 p.m. Damien helped Elena into the car, his hand lingering at the small of her back. Your parents are wonderful, he said once they were settled in the back seat. They're overwhelming. They're warm, real. They actually care about each other. His voice was quiet in the darkness. I've never seen that before, not in person. My grandfather's house was cold, strategic, every interaction calculated for maximum advantage. But your parents, they just love each other. No strategy, no calculation, just love. Elena turned to look at him, and in the dim light of passing street lamps, she saw something raw and vulnerable in his expression. Is that what you want? She asked quietly. What my parents have? I don't know if I'm capable of it, but watching them tonight, yes, I think I want that, or something like it. His eyes met hers. Your mother said she sees how I look at you when I think no one's watching. Is that true? Do I look at you differently? Elena's heart hammered against her ribs. I don't know. I've never watched you when you think no one's watching. Then watch now. He turned to face her fully, and the careful control he usually wore had cracked enough to show the man underneath. Elena, I know this started as a transaction. I know we're both counting down 18 months until we can walk away. But something's changed. I've changed. And I don't know if that's good or terrifying or both. What's changed? I care. The words came out rough, almost angry. I care whether you're happy, whether you feel controlled or respected, whether I'm crossing lines or honoring boundaries. I care about 50 factory workers I'll never meet because you care about them. I care what your parents think of me. I care. He stopped, jaw tightening. I care about you, and I don't know what to do with that. Elena's breath caught. Damien, I'm not asking you to care back. I'm not even asking you to acknowledge it. I just need you to know that this isn't performance anymore. Not for me. Maybe it never was. His hand found hers, his touch warm and solid and trembling slightly. When you called me a monster the other night, you were right. I am the monster my grandfather created. But you're teaching me that maybe monsters can learn to be human again, if they're willing to try. Are you willing to try? Yes. No hesitation. For the first time in my life, I actually want to be better than what I was raised to be, and that terrifies me more than any business deal ever has. Elena looked at their joined hands, his grip tight enough to leave marks, hers trembling despite her best efforts, and realized with sudden, crushing clarity that somewhere between the champagne at the Met and the pot roast in Brooklyn, this had stopped being a performance. For both of them. I have a proposal, she said quietly. A new deal, separate from the contract. I'm listening. For the next 17 months, we try. We try to be honest with each other. We try to respect boundaries while also pushing past the walls we built. We try to figure out if what's growing between us is real or just Stockholm Syndrome with better lighting. She met his eyes, and at the end of 18 months, we reassess. No pressure, no expectations, just honesty about what this became. That's terrifying. That's being human. I'm not good at being human. Then we'll learn together. She squeezed his hand. Damien, I'm not asking you to be perfect. I'm asking you to try. To let me see the broken parts and the control parts and everything in between. And I'll do the same. Deal. He was quiet for a long moment, his thumb tracing patterns on her knuckles. Deal, he said finally. But Elena, I need you to understand something. I've spent 15 years building walls. Dismantling them might be ugly, painful. I might hurt you in the process, even when I'm trying not to. I know. And you're still willing to try? I'm still willing to try. She leaned closer, close enough to see the fine lines at the corners of his eyes, the careful control cracking to reveal something raw and vulnerable. Because I think underneath all that armor, you're worth the effort. And I think you're finally starting to believe that, too. His hand moved her face, fingers brushing her cheek with the same gentleness he'd shown on the Hamptons terrace. May I kiss you? The question surprised her. You're asking permission? I'm asking if you want this. Not for show, not for performance. Just because we want to see what it feels like when it's real. Elena's heart hammered against her ribs. Every rational part of her brain screamed that this was a terrible idea, that kissing her contracted husband would only complicate an already impossible situation. But the rest of her, the part that had watched him try so hard at dinner, that had seen him vulnerable and human, and actually trying, wanted this with an intensity that terrified her. Yes, she whispered. He leaned in slowly, giving her time to change her mind, to pull back, to remember that this was supposed to be temporary. But Elena didn't pull back. She met him halfway, her hand moving to his jaw, feeling the slight stubble there, the warmth of his skin. When their lips met, it was nothing like the performative kiss at the engagement party. This was slow, exploratory. Two people trying to figure out what honesty felt like when wrapped in desire. His hand cradled her face like she was something precious. Her fingers tangled in his hair, pulling him closer. He tasted like coffee and apple pie and something darker, more complex. His control was still there. She could feel in the careful way he touched her, the measured pressure of his lips. But underneath, it was something raw and desperate. When they finally pulled apart, both breathing hard, Damien rested his forehead against hers. That was... He searched for words. Not what I expected. What did you expect? Strategy. Calculation. Another performance. His thumb brushed across her cheekbone. That was just... real. Messy. Human. Is that a good thing? I don't know yet. Ask me in 17 months. But he was smiling. Actually smiling. The first genuine smile she'd seen from him. Elena, I need to tell you something. About the contract. Her stomach clenched. What about it? There's a clause I didn't mention. Clause 15. It allows for early termination if both parties agree the arrangement isn't working. He pulled back slightly, his expression serious. I'm telling you this because I want you to know you have an exit. If this becomes too much, if I become too much, you can walk away. I'll still honor the financial terms. Your father's company will still be protected, but you won't be trapped. Why are you telling me this now? Because I just kissed you, and I need you to know it wasn't strategic. It wasn't about keeping you compliant or maintaining the performance. It was because I wanted to. And if that terrifies you, if it makes you want to invoke Clause 15 and walk away, I need you to know you can. Elena studied his face, the careful control cracking to reveal something vulnerable and uncertain. A man who'd spent his life calculating every move suddenly offering her an escape route with no strings attached. I'm not walking away, she said quietly. You should consider it. I'm not walking away, she repeated more firmly. Damien, you just spent 3 hours having dinner with my parents. You drank beer from a can. You looked at photo albums of my awkward childhood. You asked permission before kissing me. Do you really think I'm going to walk away now? You should. I'm still the monster my grandfather created. One dinner doesn't change that. No, but it's a start. She took his hand, lacing their fingers together. And I'm willing to see where this goes. Even if it's messy. Even if it's complicated. Even if we both end up hurt at the end of it. That's not a very strategic decision. Good. I'm tired of strategy. I want to try honesty instead. He pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her in a gesture that was protective and desperate and entirely human. Elena sank into the embrace, her face pressed against his chest, feeling his heartbeat steady and strong beneath the expensive sweater. 17 months, he murmured against her hair. We have 17 months to figure this out. Then we better not waste them. The car pulled up to the Tribeca Tower, and they separated reluctantly. The doorman opened Elena's door, and Damien helped her out with the careful courtesy that had become habit. But when they reached the penthouse, Instead of retreating to separate suites like they had every night before, Damien caught her hand. "Stay with me tonight," he said quietly. "Not for sex. Not for performance. Just stay. I don't want to sleep on the couch in my own bedroom anymore, and I don't want you sleeping alone in yours. We'll just be together. Figure out what that feels like when it's real." Elena's throat tightened. "Okay." They went to a suite, the master bedroom she'd only seen briefly during the Hamptons trip. It was larger than hers, more personal. Books on the nightstand. Actual photographs on the dresser. Evidence that a human being lived here, not just performed here. Damien handed her one of his T-shirts. "Bathrooms through there. Take your time." Elena changed in the bathroom. The T-shirt falling to mid-thigh, soft cotton that smelled like cedar and something uniquely him. When she emerged, Damien had changed into pajama pants and was pulling back the covers on the bed. "Which side do you prefer?" he asked. "I don't know. I've never shared a bed with anyone long enough to have a preference." "Then pick one. We'll figure out the rest as we go." Elena chose the right side, climbing under covers that were probably Egyptian cotton and cost more than her monthly rent used to. Damien settled on the left, maintaining careful distance between them. For several minutes, they lay in the darkness, neither touching nor speaking, just existing in the same space. "This is strange," Elena said finally. "Terrifying," Damien agreed, "but also nice. I've slept alone for 15 years. I've forgotten what it feels like to share space with someone. What does it feel like? Less lonely." His hand found hers in the darkness, fingers lacing together. "Elena, thank you." "For what?" "For not running. For trying. For teaching me that maybe I'm capable of more than what my grandfather made me." His grip tightened. "I don't know if this will work. I don't know if I'm capable of being what you deserve. But I want to try. That's new for me. Then we'll try together." She rolled onto her side, facing him in the darkness. "Damien, I need you to promise me something. Anything. If this gets too hard, if we hurt each other too much, we'll be honest about it. No more tiring ourselves for the sake of the contract or the performance. Just honesty, even when it's painful. I promise." He pulled her closer, and Elena went willingly, her head resting on his chest, his arm wrapped around her waist. "This is probably a terrible idea. Probably. We're going to complicate everything. Definitely. But I don't want to stop." "Me neither." They fell asleep like that, tangled together in expensive sheets, the Manhattan skyline glittering through floor-to-ceiling windows, 17 months stretching ahead of them like a promise or a threat or both. And for the first time since signing the contract, Elena didn't feel like a prisoner in a gilded cage. She felt like a woman taking a chance on a man who was learning how to be human again, even if it destroyed them both in the process. Elena woke to sunlight streaming through the windows and the unfamiliar weight of Damien's arm across her waist. For a moment, she lay still, disoriented by the intimacy of waking up beside someone. He was still asleep, his face relaxed in a way she'd never seen while he was conscious. Younger, almost vulnerable. The careful control he wore like armor was gone, leaving just a man who'd survived 15 years of systematic abuse and was trying very hard to be better than what he'd been raised to be. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand. She reached for it carefully, trying not to wake him. Text from an unknown number. "You should ask your husband about the Meridian deal. Specifically, ask him about the families who lost everything when he stripped that company for parts. Ask him if he feels anything about destroying lives for profit. A friend." Elena stared at the message, her stomach clenching. Another text, this time with an attachment. A news article from 3 years ago. Cross Capital Acquisition leaves 500 workers jobless. Families devastated as Meridian Manufacturing shutters following asset sale. She clicked the link, reading about families who'd lost their homes, their savings, their futures when Damien had bought their company and gutted it for profit. 500 people. 500 families. Just like the 50 workers at her father's factory. "You're awake." Damien's voice was rough with sleep. "What are you reading?" Elena turned the phone toward him, showing the article. His expression went carefully neutral. "Where did you get that?" Anonymous text. Same person who congratulated me on our engagement and implied they knew about the contract. She sat up, pulling away from his embrace. Is it true? Did you destroy 500 jobs and make $40 million? Yes. No hesitation. No justification. I bought a failing company, stripped its assets, and sold the pieces for profit. That's what I do. Elena, that's what Cross Capital does. I told you this at the engagement party. You told me. I just didn't. She gestured at the article, at the photos of workers protesting outside the shuttered factory. I didn't see the faces, the families, the real cost of your business model. The real cost is that I'm very good at what I do, and what I do is make money from other people's failures. He sat up, the careful control sliding back into place. Elena, I'm not going to apologize for the Meridian deal. It was legal, it was profitable, and it was exactly what my investors expected. What about what those 500 families expected? They expected jobs, security, futures. They expected a company that was already failing to somehow save itself. I just accelerated the inevitable. His jaw tightened. You want me to feel guilty? Fine. I feel guilty. I've felt guilty about every deal I've ever made. But guilt doesn't change the fact that this is how capitalism works. Companies fail. People lose jobs. The strong survive and the weak don't. That's exactly what your grandfather would have said. The words landed like a slap. Damien's expression went glacial. Don't what? Don't point out that you're repeating his patterns? Don't call you on your bullshit when you're hiding behind business logic to avoid confronting the fact that you hurt people. Elena shoved the phone toward him. You showed me your grandfather's photographs. You told me about the systematic abuse. And then you turn around and do exactly what he taught you. Treat people like numbers on a spreadsheet instead of human beings who matter. I delayed the automation at your father's factory. I'm trying to find alternative solutions. What more do you want from me? I want you to actually care about the people you're affecting. Not just strategically, not just because I asked you to, but because they're human beings whose lives have value beyond their economic productivity. I don't know how to do that. His voice rose despite his obvious efforts to control it. Elena, I've spent 15 years learning to not care, to calculate every decision based on profit and loss. You can't just ask me to undo that programming because you don't like the results. I'm not asking you to undo it. I'm asking you to recognize it, to see the pattern, and choose to do something different. She moved to the edge of the bed, needing distance. Last night, you said you wanted to be better than what your grandfather made you. But this morning, you're defending the exact behavior he trained you for. Because I don't know how to be anything else. The words came out raw, almost desperate. You think I like being a monster? You think I enjoy destroying companies and ruining lives? I don't. But it's all I know. It's all I'm good at. And I don't know how to stop without losing everything I built. Then maybe you need to lose it. Elena stood, grabbing her clothes from where she'd left them on a chair. Maybe you need to lose the empire and the reputation and the army you built, and figure out who Damien Cross actually is underneath all that control. That's easy for you to say. You're not the one who spent 15 years being systematically broken and remade into a weapon. No, but I'm the one trying to help you remember you're human, and you're fighting me every step of the way. She moved toward the bathroom, then paused. I'm not walking away, Damien. I promised I'd try, and I will, but I need you to actually try too. Not just perform trying. Not just delay automation because I asked. Actually examine your patterns and choose to be different. Can you do that? He was quiet for a long moment, his hands clenched in the expensive sheets. I don't know, he said finally, but I'll try. Because you're right, I am repeating his patterns. And I hate that you can see it so clearly when I spent years pretending I couldn't. Elena moved back to the bed, sitting on the edge. Who sent me that article? Probably James Cordova. He's been bitter about the Meridian deal since it happened. His family lost their manufacturing business in a similar acquisition 20 years ago. He partnered with me thinking he could change how I operate. He was wrong. Why does he stay? Because he's trapped. He has shares in Cross Capital that he can't liquidate without my approval. And because somewhere deep down he still thinks he can save me from myself. Damien's expression was bleak. He's wrong about that, too. Is he? Elena took his hand. Damien, you delayed automation because I asked. You had dinner with my parents and tried to be human. You asked permission before kissing me. You're already changing. You just don't want to admit it because that means acknowledging you were wrong before. I was wrong before. The admission came out quiet, almost broken. About Meridian. About every deal I've made where I prioritized profit over people. About believing that being ruthless made me strong, when really it just made me alone. His grip tightened on her hand. But Elena, knowing I was wrong doesn't mean I know how to be right. It just means I see the damage more clearly. Then let me help you. She moved closer, close enough to see the exhaustion in his eyes, the weight of 15 years of systematic cruelty. Let me be the person who calls you on your bullshit and pushes you to be better, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it forces you to confront things you'd rather ignore. That's asking a lot. That's what you asked me for. Honesty, even when it's painful. She cupped his face, forcing him to meet her eyes. I'm being honest right now. You're capable of being better than what your grandfather made you, but you have to choose it. Every day, every decision. You have to choose to see people as human instead of assets. Can you do that? I don't know, but I want to try. He pulled her close, his face buried in her hair. Elena, I'm terrified I'm going to fail, that I'll hurt you or disappoint you or prove that monsters don't change. They just learn to hide their teeth better. Then we'll fail together, and we'll try again. She wrapped her arms around him, feeling his heart hammering against her chest. 17 months, remember? We have time to figure this out. What if 17 months is enough? Then we'll reassess. No pressure, no expectations, just honesty about what this became. They held each other in the morning light. Two people trying to navigate something neither of them had been prepared for. A contracted marriage that had become uncomfortably real. A performance that had cracked to reveal actual feelings underneath. Elena's phone buzzed again. She ignored it. We should get up, Damien said finally. I have meetings. You have foundation work with Victoria. In a minute. Elena tightened her grip. Let's just exist here for a minute. No performance. No strategy. Just us. Just us, he echoed. I like the sound of that. They stayed tangled together for several more minutes, neither willing to break the moment, and return to a world where they had to perform their roles. But eventually, reality intruded. Damien's phone rang. Victoria, probably, with some crisis that requires attention. Elena's buzzed with messages from Caroline about the day's schedule. They separated reluctantly, returning to their respective routines. Damien disappeared into his closet to dress for the office. Elena gathered her clothes and headed back to her suite. But something had shifted between them. Something real and fragile and terrifying. They'd stopped performing and started actually trying, and neither of them knew if that would save them or destroy them. Elena showered and dressed in one of Margot's business casual outfits, trying to prepare herself for another day of learning foundation work from a woman who was in love with her husband, her contracted husband, her husband who'd kissed her last night and held her while they slept and was trying very hard to be better than the monster his grandfather had created. Her husband who'd also destroyed 500 jobs and made $40 million and was still learning how to see people as human instead of assets. Complicated didn't even begin to cover it. When she emerged from her suite, Damien was waiting by the elevator, perfectly dressed in a charcoal suit that probably cost more than most people's cars. Ready, he asked. As I'll ever be. They rode down together in silence, his hand finding hers in the elevator, fingers lacing together with the ease of habit. Elena, he said as they reached the lobby, about the Meridian deal. I can't undo what I did, but I can try to do better going forward. If you'll help me see the patterns when I'm slipping. I will. But Damien, you have to actually want to change. Not just for me. For yourself. I do want to change. I'm just terrified of what that means. He squeezed her hand. but I'm more terrified of losing you. So I'll try. That's all I'm asking." They separated at the car, Damien heading to his office, Elena to the Cross Foundation headquarters. But as she watched his car pull away, Elena realized with sudden clarity that she was in far deeper than she'd ever intended to be. She cared about him, actually cared, not because he was paying her or because the contract required it, but because underneath all that armor and control, he was just a man who'd been broken and was trying very hard to heal. And she had no idea if 17 months would be enough time to save him, or if Try would destroy them both in the process. Her phone buzzed. Text from Damien. "Thank you for not giving up on me." She typed back, "Thank you for trying to be worth it." Long pause. Then, "I'll spend the next 17 months proving I am. I'm counting on it." Elena put away her phone and headed into the foundation offices, where Victoria waited with grant proposals and donor strategies, and another day of learning how to navigate Damien Cross's complicated world. 17 months to go, and everything had changed. Chapter 7. The Ultimatum. The Cross Foundation offices hummed with Friday morning energy, staff preparing for tonight's donor gala, phones ringing with last-minute RSVPs. The controlled chaos of people who knew exactly how much money was riding on a single evening's performance. Elena sat in Victoria's office, reviewing seating charts for the 200th time, and tried to ignore the knot of anxiety tightening in her chest. "You're nervous?" Victoria didn't look up from her tablet. "Don't be. You've memorized the donor profiles. You know the talking points. Tonight is just about showing them you're competent and committed. That's what makes me nervous. The performing. Everything in this world is performing. You know that by now." Victoria finally met her eyes. "How are things with Damien? You've been different this week. Both of you." Elena's fingers tightened on the seating chart. Since Monday morning, since the Meridian article and the fight and the fragile truce they'd reached, she and Damien had been navigating something neither of them had words for. They'd shared his bed every night, not for sex, but for the simple comfort of not being alone. They'd had breakfast together, actual conversations that went beyond strategy and schedules. He'd asked about her day. She called him on his bullshit when he slipped into controlling patterns. It felt uncomfortably like a real relationship. "We're trying," Elena said carefully, "to be honest with each other. It's harder than it sounds." Honesty usually is. Victoria set down her tablet. "Elena, I'm going to ask you something, and I need you to be honest with me. Are you falling for him?" The question landed like a punch. "I don't know," Elena said finally. "I know I care about him. I know I want him to be better than what his grandfather made him. I know that somewhere between the contract signing and now, this stopped being just a performance. But falling for him? I'm not sure I'm ready to admit that." "Why not?" "Because admitting it makes it real. And if it's real, then it can hurt me. Really hurt me. Not just contractually obligated hurt me." Elena looked out the window at the Manhattan skyline. "Victoria, you've worked with him for 8 years. Is he capable of actually loving someone? Or is he just very good at performing love when it serves his interests?" Victoria was quiet for a long moment. "Honestly, I don't know," she said finally. "I've seen him be ruthless, calculating, utterly cold when business demands it. But I've also seen glimpses of something else. Moments when the control slips and you can see the man underneath. The one who sends anonymous donations to employees' kids' college funds. Who personally calls families affected by his acquisitions to offer job placement assistance. Who carries guilt about every deal even when he won't admit it." She paused. "Is that love? I don't know. But it's something. And it's more than I've ever seen him show anyone else." Elena's throat tightened. "He showed me his grandfather's photographs. The room where he keeps evidence of his abuse." "He what?" Victoria's expression shifted to genuine shock. "Elena, I've worked for him for 8 years. I've never seen that room. I didn't even know it existed." He said no one knows, except maybe Harrison, who suspects but has never asked. "Then he trusts you. Really trusts you, not just strategically trusts you." Victoria leaned forward. "Elena, that's significant. Damien doesn't show vulnerability. Ever. If he's showing you his broken parts, It means you matter to him in ways he probably doesn't even understand yet. Or it means he's very good at manipulation. It's Damien. It's probably both. Victoria's expression softened. But I've watched him this week. The way he looks at you when you're not paying attention. The way he actually listens when you push back on his decisions. The way he's been less controlling, more careful, like he's trying very hard not to break something precious. That's not performance. That's a man who's terrified of losing something he didn't know he wanted. Elena's phone buzzed. Text from Damien. Meeting with James Cordova in 20 minutes. He wants to discuss something about your father's company. Probably nothing, but thought you should know. She showed it to Victoria. James has been volatile lately, Victoria said, frowning. Ever since the engagement announcement, he's been making comments about Damien's business practices, questioning decisions he never questioned before. I think he's spiraling. Damien said James lost his family's business to a similar acquisition, that he partnered with Cross Capital thinking he could change how Damien operates. He did. 20 years ago, James's father owned Cordova Manufacturing. It was failing, drowning in debt, about to shutter. A private equity firm bought it, stripped the assets, sold to pieces. James's father died 6 months later. Heart attack. But everyone knew it was really a broken heart. James swore he'd never let that happen to another family. Then he met Damien and thought he'd found a kindred spirit who wanted to do business differently. Victoria's expression was grim. He was wrong. Damien is brilliant, but he's also ruthless when business demands it. James has spent 10 years watching him repeat the same patterns that destroyed his family. It's eating him alive. Is that why he sent me the Meridian article? Probably. He wants you to see what Damien is capable of. To understand that the man you're married has destroyed lives for profit. Victoria met her eyes. The question is, does knowing that change how you feel about him? Elena thought about Monday morning. Damien's raw admission that he didn't know how to stop being the monster his grandfather had created. His desperate grip on her hand. His promise to try. No, she said quietly. It doesn't change how I feel. It just makes me more determined to help him be better. That's either very brave or very stupid. Probably both. Victoria's phone rang. She glanced at the screen, her expression tightening. It's Damien. Something's wrong. She answered on speaker. What happened? James just made an offer to buy Morgan Manufacturing. Damien's voice was tight with controlled fury. He's offering triple what I paid, claiming he wants to save it from my inevitable destruction. He presented the offer to Elena's father directly, bypassing me entirely. Elena's stomach dropped. What did my father say? He's considering it. James painted a very compelling picture of me as a corporate raider who will eventually gut the company for profit. Your father is terrified I'll do to Morgan Manufacturing what I did to Meridian. A pause. Elena, I need you to come to my office. Now. We need to discuss this before your father makes a decision he can't take back. I'm on my way. Victoria was already gathering her things. I'm coming with you. If James is making moves like this, he's not thinking clearly. Someone needs to talk him down before he destroys everything. They took Victoria's car, navigating midday traffic with the urgency of people racing toward a crisis. Elena's mind spun with implications. If her father sold to James, the contract would be void. She'd be free. Damien would lose the company and the leverage it gave him. She should be relieved. Instead, she felt sick. Why would James do this? She asked. What does he gain? Redemption, Victoria said grimly. He couldn't save his father's company, but maybe he can save yours, even if it means destroying his partnership with Damien in the process. That's not redemption. That's revenge. Sometimes they're the same thing. They reached Cross Capital's offices in 15 minutes. Caroline met them in the lobby, her usual professional composure cracked by obvious stress. Conference room 7. Damien's with Harrison and your father. James is... She hesitated. James is not in a good state. Please be careful. Elena's heart hammered as they took the elevator to the 47th floor. Through the glass walls of conference room 7, she could see Damien standing at the windows, his posture rigid with controlled fury. Harris and Webb sat at the table, reviewing documents with the grim focus of a lawyer preparing for war. And her father looked trapped between two predators, his face pale with the weight of an impossible choice. Elena! James Cordova's voice came from behind them. He stood in the hallway, disheveled in a way that suggested he'd slept in his office. If he'd slept at all. His eyes were bloodshot, but sharp. Good. You should hear this, too. You should know what your husband is planning. James. Victoria's voice was carefully neutral. Let's talk about this privately before. Before what? Before I tell Elena that Damien is planning to sell Morgan Manufacturing to a conglomerate for triple profit, that the automation delay was just theater to keep her compliant while he finalized a real deal. James pulled out his phone, showing them an email chain. I found these in the shared drive. Damien's been negotiating with Techmark Industries for 3 weeks. They want to buy Morgan Manufacturing, gut it for parts, and move production overseas, just like Meridian, just like every other company he's ever touched. Elena's vision narrowed. That's not possible. It's right here. Emails between Damien and Techmark CEO. Preliminary valuations. Timeline for asset liquidation. James's voice was rough with something like vindication. He lied to you, Elena. He's been lying from the beginning. The automation delay, the retraining programs, the promise to protect those 50 jobs. It was all bullshit designed to keep you in line while he set up the real deal. Let me see. Elena grabbed the phone, scrolling through the emails with shaking hands. They were real, detailed negotiations about purchasing Morgan Manufacturing, breaking it into component parts, selling the machinery and intellectual property while terminating all existing employment contracts. The timeline showed the deal would close in 6 months, exactly when the automation delay was set to end. The final email, dated 3 days ago, Cross the Techmark CEO. We're agreed on terms. I'll handle the wife. She won't be a problem. Elena's hands clench around the phone. When were you planning to tell me? She looked up to find Damien standing in the conference room doorway. His expression was carefully controlled, but she saw the tension in his jaw, the way his hands were clenched at his sides. I was going to tell you tonight, he said quietly. After the gala, when I'd figured out how to explain. Explain what? That you've been lying to me for weeks? That every promise you made about protecting those jobs was just manipulation? Her voice rose despite her best efforts. You looked me in the eye and said you were delaying automation to find alternative solutions. You let me believe you were actually trying to be better. And the whole time, you were planning to sell to a company that would destroy everything. It's not that simple. Then make it simple. Tell me the truth. Are you selling Morgan Manufacturing to Techmark? The silence stretched between them like a chasm. Yes, Damien said finally. I'm considering their offer. It's triple what I paid. It would allow me to exit the manufacturing sector entirely. But Elena, I haven't accepted yet. I was waiting to discuss it with you first. After 3 weeks of secret negotiations, after lying about the automation delay, after letting me believe you were actually capable of change, Elena's throat tightened. You said you wanted to be better than what your grandfather made you. But this is exactly what he would have done. Lie, manipulate, destroy lives for profit. I'm not destroying lives. I'm making a business decision that maximizes value for all stakeholders. The stakeholders being you and Techmark, not the 200 people who work at that factory, not my father, who trusted you to save his company, not strip it for parts. She moved closer, and he actually flinched. Damien, I called you a monster once. You said I was right. I thought maybe you wanted to be something else. But you don't. You're exactly what your grandfather trained you to be. And I was stupid enough to think I could help you change. Elena, he reached for her and she stepped back. Don't touch me. Don't lie to me. Don't pretend this is anything except what it's always been. A transaction where I'm the asset being managed. She pulled off the engagement ring, the 3-carat diamond catching light like an accusation. Here, you can have this back. I'm invoking Clause 15. Early termination. We're done. You can't. I can. You told me I could walk away if this became too much. Well, it's too much. You're too much. She set the ring on the conference room table with deliberate care. James, does your offer still stand? Yes. James's voice was gentle. Elena, I'll buy your father's company. I'll protect those jobs. I'll make sure the people who work there aren't just discarded like they're disposable. That's what Damien should have done from the beginning. Then we have a deal. Elena turned to her father, who'd been watching the scene unfold with obvious horror. Dad, sell to James. Get out from under Damien's control. And her voice cracked. I'll figure out what comes next. Elena, wait. Damien's voice was raw, stripped of its usual control. Please, let me explain. Explain what? That you lied to me? That you manipulated me? That every moment of vulnerability, every promise to try, every night we spent together was just part of your strategy. She blinked back tears, refusing to let him see her cry. I don't want your explanations. I want you to be the man I thought you were trying to become. But you're not. You're just very good at performing humanity when it serves your interests. That's not fair. Fair. Elena laughed, sharp and bitter. You bought me like an asset. You controlled every aspect of my life. You made me believe you were actually capable of change. And the whole time, you were planning to do exactly what your grandfather would have done. Don't talk to me about fair. She turned toward the elevator, needing to escape before she broke completely. Victoria caught her arm. Elena, wait, let me drive you. I'll walk. I need air. She pulled free, gentle but firm. Victoria, I'm sorry. The foundation, the gala tonight, I can't. I can't perform anymore. I can't pretend this is anything except what it is. I understand. Victoria's eyes were sympathetic. But Elena, for what it's worth, I think you're wrong about him. I think he's terrified and stupid and making terrible decisions. But I don't think he's performing. I think he's just broken and doesn't know how to fix himself. Then he should have tried harder. Elena stepped into the elevator. Because I can't fix him. I can barely fix myself right now. The doors closed on Damien's stricken expression, and Elena finally let the tears fall. She walked through Midtown's Friday afternoon chaos, past tourists and business people and street vendors who didn't know or care that her entire world had just imploded. Her phone buzzed constantly. Texts from Damien, calls from Victoria, messages from Caroline asking about the gala. She ignored all of them. By the time she reached Brooklyn Heights, her feet ached and her eyes were swollen from crying, but at least she could breathe again. She found herself standing outside her old apartment building, the walk-up she'd lived in before Damien's driver had collected her and her 2 shabby suitcases. It felt like a lifetime ago. Her phone rang. Her father. She almost didn't answer. Elena! Sweetheart, were you? James Morgan's voice was thick with worry. Damien said you walked out, that you invoked Clause 15. Please tell me you're somewhere safe. I'm at my old apartment building. Or outside it, anyway. I don't live here anymore. Stay there. I'm coming to get you. Dad. Stay there. Please. He arrived 20 minutes later in his truck, the same battered Ford he'd driven for 15 years, so different from Damien's sleek town cars. Elena climbed in, and they sat in silence for several minutes. I'm sorry, James said finally. This is my fault. I sold you to save the company, and now the company's destroying you anyway. I should have just let it fail. You were trying to save 200 jobs. I was trying to save my pride, my legacy, the thing my father built. His hands tightened on the steering wheel. But what's the point of saving a company if I lose my daughter in the process? Elena's throat tightened. Dad, did you know about the Techmark deal? No. I swear I had no idea. Damien told me he was delaying automation to explore alternatives. I believed him. James's voice turned bitter. I want to believe him, because believing him meant I hadn't sold my daughter to a monster for nothing. He's not a monster. He's just... Elena searched for words. He's just exactly what his grandfather trained him to be, and I was stupid enough to think I could help him be something else. That's not stupid. That's hope. And hope isn't a weakness, even when it hurts. They drove to her parents' house, where Patricia was waiting with pot roast leftovers and the kind of maternal concern that made Elena break down completely. She cried into her mother's shoulder while Patricia stroked her hair and made soothing noises and didn't ask questions she wasn't ready to answer. By the time Elena had cried herself out, it was nearly 6 p.m. The gala would be starting soon. 200 donors expecting to meet Damien Cross's fiancée, the woman who'd supposedly won the heart of Manhattan's most ruthless billionaire. She wondered if he'd go alone, if he'd make excuses for her absence, if he'd find another woman to play the role of devoted wife for the evening. Her phone buzzed. Text from Victoria. The gala starts in an hour. Damien is insisting on going alone. He looks like death. Elena, I know you're hurt, but please, at least hear him out. I think there's more to this than James's email suggests. Elena typed back, there's nothing more. He lied. He manipulated me. He's selling the company just like James said. Did he tell you that? Or did you assume based on emails that might not tell the whole story? Victoria, whose side are you on? Yours. Which is why I'm asking you to get the full story before you make decisions you can't take back. Elena set down her phone and stared at the ceiling of her childhood bedroom. The same ceiling she'd stared at through high school heartbreaks and college stress, and every crisis that had felt world-ending at the time. This felt different, bigger, like she'd lost something she hadn't even known she wanted until it was gone. Sweetheart. Patricia knocked softly on the door. There's someone here to see you. Elena sat up, heart hammering. If Damien had come here, if he thought he could just show up and... But it wasn't Damien. Harrison Webb stood in her parents' living room, looking uncomfortable in his expensive suit among the worn furniture and family photos. He held a leather folder that Elena recognized from the contract signing. Miss Morgan. He nodded politely. I apologize for the intrusion, but there's something you need to see before you make any final decisions about Clause 15. I've already made my decision. Have you? Or have you made an emotional decision based on incomplete information? He set the folder on the coffee table. James Cordova showed you emails suggesting Damien is selling Morgan Manufacturing to Techmark Industries. Those emails are real, but they don't tell the complete story. Then what's the complete story? Harrison opened the folder, revealing documents Elena didn't recognize. 3 weeks ago, Techmark approached Damien with an offer to buy Morgan Manufacturing. Their terms were aggressive. Triple his investment, immediate liquidity, clean exit from the manufacturing sector. For most people in Damien's position, it would have been an easy decision. But he's not most people? No. He's a man who made a promise to you about protecting jobs, and who's been trying very hard not to break that promise. Harrison pulled out another document. These are Damien's counterproposals to Techmark. He's been negotiating for 3 weeks, trying to structure a deal that would allow him to sell while protecting existing employment, retraining programs, severance packages that actually cover people's needs, job placement guarantees. Techmark has rejected every proposal because it cuts into their profit margins. Elena stared at the documents. Why didn't he tell me? Because he was ashamed. Because he knew that even trying to negotiate with Techmark, even considering selling, would look like betrayal after he'd promised to find alternatives. Harrison's expression was grave. Miss Morgan, I've been Damien's lawyer for 12 years. I've watched him make ruthless decisions without hesitation. But this week, I've watched him agonize over every email, every counterproposal, every attempt to find a solution that satisfies both his business obligations and his promise to you. That's not manipulation. That's a man trying very hard to be better than what he was raised to be. Then why did his last email say, I'll handle the wife. She won't be a problem? Because Techmark CEO asked if you interfere with the sale. Damien's response was that he would handle discussions with you professionally. She won't be a problem meant she's a partner in this decision, not an obstacle to be overcome. Harrison paused. I understand how it looks out of context. But Miss Morgan, if Damien wanted to sell Morgan Manufacturing without your input, he could have done it weeks ago. The fact that he's been stalling, negotiating, trying to find alternatives, that's because he cares about keeping his promise to you. Elena's hands shook as she reviewed the documents. Counterproposals. Rejected terms. Damien's notes in the margins about protecting specific employees, ensuring Maria's kids had health care coverage, guaranteeing Tommy's mortgage wouldn't be affected. Why didn't he just tell me? She whispered. Because he's terrified of disappointing you. Because every time he tries to be better, some part of him expects to fail. Because his grandfather spent 15 years teaching him that vulnerability is weakness, and admitting he was struggling with this decision felt like admitting weakness. Harrison's voice softened. Miss Morgan, I'm not here to convince you to stay in this marriage. That's your choice. But I am here to make sure you make that choice based on complete information, not James Cordova's selective presentation of facts. James lied. James showed you truth without context, which is sometimes more dangerous than lying. Harrison gathered the documents. The gala starts in 45 minutes. Damien is planning to go alone, make excuses for your absence, and probably drink himself into oblivion afterward. If you want to hear his side of the story, the complete story, I suggest you go. If not, I'll process the Clause 15 termination Monday morning, and you'll never have to see him again. He left the folder on the coffee table and showed himself out. Elena sat in her parents' living room, staring at documents that told a completely different story than the one James had shown her. A story of a man trying desperately to honor his promises while navigating business pressures she didn't fully understand. What are you going to do? Patricia asked gently. I don't know. Elena looked at her mother. He lied to me, or at least, he didn't tell me the truth. How do I trust him after that? Sweetheart, trust isn't about never making mistakes. It's about how you handle the mistakes when they happen. Patricia sat beside her. Your father and I have been married 32 years. He's lied to me. I've lied to him. We've hurt each other in ways we never intended. But we keep choosing each other anyway, because the love is worth the work. But this isn't love. It's a contract. Is it? Patricia's eyes were knowing, because from where I'm sitting, it stopped being just a contract weeks ago. Maybe for both of you. Elena's phone buzzed. Text from Damien. I'm not going to the gala. I can't perform without you. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about Techmark. I'm sorry I made you feel manipulated. I'm sorry I'm exactly the monster you called me. You were right to walk away. She stared at the message, her heart hammering. Another buzz. For what it's worth, I wasn't performing. The vulnerability, the trying, the nights we spent together, none of that was strategy. It was just me being terrified and stupid and falling for someone I had no right to fall for. I'm sorry I wasn't brave enough to tell you that before James forced the issue. Elena's hands shook as she typed. Where are you? Long pause. Then the penthouse. Drinking very expensive whiskey and contemplating how I managed to destroy the best thing that's happened to me in 15 years. Stay there. I'm coming. Elena, you don't have to. Stay there. She stood, grabbing her coat. Her parents watched with matching expressions of concern and hope. I need to hear his side, Elena said. The complete story. And then I'll decide whether this is worth fighting for or whether I should walk away and never look back. And if it's worth fighting for? James asked, then I'll fight, even if it's messy, even if it's complicated, even if we both end up hurt. She moved toward the door, because Victoria was right. He's not performing. He's just broken and doesn't know how to fix himself. And maybe, I'm strong enough to help him figure it out. That's my girl, Patricia said softly. Go get your monster. Teach him how to be human. Elena drove back to Manhattan in her father's truck, her mind spinning with everything Harrison had shown her. The counterproposals, the rejected terms, Damien's desperate attempt to honor his promise while satisfying business obligations. He'd been trying, actually trying, and she'd walked away without giving him a chance to explain. The penthouse was dark when she arrived, just the ambient glow of the Manhattan skyline through floor-to-ceiling windows. She found Damien on the terrace, exactly where he'd been that morning after the Hamptons, whiskey in hand, staring at the city like it held answers he couldn't find. You came, he said without turning around. Harrison showed me the complete story, the counterproposals, the negotiations, everything James conveniently left out. Elena moved to stand beside him at the railing. Why didn't you tell me? Because I was ashamed. Because even considering Tetchmark's offer felt like betraying you after I promised to find alternatives. He took a long drink of whiskey. Because I'm a coward who'd rather hide his struggles than admit he's failing. You're not failing. You're trying to navigate an impossible situation. I'm trying to be two things at once. The ruthless businessman my investors expect, and the decent human you're teaching me to be. And I'm discovering they're mutually exclusive. He finally turned to face her. Elena, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to honor my business obligations while also protecting people. I don't know how to be profitable and ethical. My grandfather never taught me that those things could coexist. Then we'll figure out together. Elena took the whiskey glass from his hand, setting it aside. Damien, I'm sorry I walked away without hearing your side. I'm sorry I assumed the worst. But you have to understand, when James showed me those emails, it looked exactly like manipulation, like you'd been lying to me for weeks. I was lying, by omission, by not telling you I was even considering Tetchmark's offer. His jaw tightened. I told myself I was protecting you from unnecessary stress. But really, I was just too much a coward to admit I was struggling. Then stop being a coward. Tell me the truth. All of it. What do you actually want to do with Morgan Manufacturing? He was quiet for a long moment, his hands gripping the railing. Honestly, I want to keep it. I want to prove to you and to myself that I'm capable of running a company ethically, that I can protect jobs and still be profitable, that I'm more than just a monster my grandfather created. His voice dropped. But Tetchmark's offer is triple my investment. My board is pressuring me to sell. My investors are questioning why I'm stalling on such an obvious win. And every day I don't accept, I'm proving that I'm letting personal feelings compromise business judgment. So what? Let them think that. Let your board question you. Let your investors be confused. Elena moved closer. Damien, you spent 15 years proving you're ruthless. Maybe it's time to prove you're human instead. That's easy for you to say. You're not the one who'll lose credibility if this fails. No, but I'm the one who'll lose you if you don't at least try. She took his hands, forcing him to meet her eyes. I'm not asking you to be perfect. I'm asking you to choose. Choose the kind of man you want to be. Choose whether you're going to keep repeating your grandfather's patterns or start writing your own story. Choose whether I'm worth the risk of failing. You're worth any risk. His grip tightened. Elena, I'm in love with you. I didn't mean to be. I tried very hard not to be. But somewhere between the champagne at the Met and tonight, I fell completely, irrevocably in love with you. And that terrifies me more than any business deal ever has. Elena's breath caught. You're in love with me. Yes, which is probably the stupidest thing I've ever admitted, given that you just invoked Clause 15 and walked away. But I'm done lying. I'm done hiding. I'm in love with you, and I don't know what to do with that except try to be the man you deserve. I don't need you to be perfect. I just need you to be honest. She moved closer, close enough to see the fear in his eyes, the vulnerability he was finally letting her see. Damien, I'm in love with you too. I didn't want to be. I tried to convince myself it was just Stockholm Syndrome or contract-induced attachment. But it's not. It's real. Messy and complicated and terrifying, but real. So what do we do now? We choose each other. Actually choose each other. Not because a contract says we have to, but because we want to. She cupped his face, feeling the tension in his jaw. And then we figure out the Morgan Manufacturing situation together. As partners. Not you making decisions and me reacting to them, but actual partners who trust each other enough to be honest about the hard choices. I don't know how to be a partner. I only know how to be in control. Then learn. We have 16 months left on the contract. Use them to practice being human instead of being a monster. She pulled him closer. Damien, I'm not giving up on you. But I need you to stop giving up on yourself. Stop assuming you'll fail before you even try. Stop hiding behind business logic when what you really need is to be vulnerable and honest. That's asking a lot. That's asking you to be brave, which is harder than being ruthless, but also more worthwhile. She kissed him, soft and gentle and full of promise. I love you, even when you're stupid and scared and making terrible decisions. But I need you to love me back. Really love me, not just strategically love me or perform love me. Can you do that? I can try. His arms wrapped around her, holding her like she was the only thing keeping him anchored. Elena, I'm going to fuck this up. Probably multiple times. I'm going to slip into old patterns and make decisions that hurt people and prove that monsters don't change overnight. I know, and I'll call you on your bullshit every time. That's what partners do. She pulled back enough to meet his eyes. So here's my proposal. We tear up the contract. All of it. The 18-month timeline, the financial terms, the performance requirements. We start over as two people who are choosing each other because we want to, not because we're legally obligated to. You give up $2 million? I'd give up anything to have something real with you. Something that isn't based on contracts and strategic advantage and careful calculation. Just us trying to be better than what we were raised to be. Damien was quiet for a long moment, his forehead resting against hers. I'll reject Tetchmark's offer, he said finally. I'll keep Morgan Manufacturing. I'll prove to you and to myself that I'm capable of running a company ethically. And if I fail, if I can't figure out how to be profitable and decent at the same time, then I'll sell to James and accept that maybe I'm not capable of change after all. You're capable. You just need to believe it. Elena kissed him again, deeper this time. Now come on. We have a gala to not attend, and a lot of talking to do about what happens next. The gala, he pulled back. Elena, 200 donors are expecting us. Victoria will kill me if we don't show. Then let her kill you. Tonight, I don't want to perform. I just want to be with you. Really be with you, without an audience or expectations or the weight of 200 people judging whether we're convincing enough. She took his hand. We'll apologize to Victoria tomorrow. Tonight is just ours. You're sure? I'm sure. She led him inside, toward the bedroom they'd been sharing. Damien, I love you, and I'm choosing you. Every day, every decision, every moment, I'm choosing you. Even when it's hard, even when you're impossible, even when we both want to walk away. I'm choosing you too. He pulled her close, his voice rough with emotion. For however long you'll have me, contract or no contract, performance or no performance, I'm choosing you. They fell into bed together, not for performance or strategy or carefully calculated seduction, but just because they wanted to be close, wanted to prove that what they'd found was real, even if it was messy and complicated and built on the ruins of a contract that should never have existed. 16 months, Elena whispered against his chest. We have 16 months to figure this out. What if 16 months is enough? Then we'll take more, as many as we need. She kissed him softly. Because you're worth it, and we're worth it. And maybe, just maybe, monsters can learn to be human if someone loves them enough to try. I love you, Damien said, and this time it didn't sound like a confession or weakness. It sounded like a promise. And Elena believed him. Chapter 8, The Choice. Rain hammered against the penthouse windows, turning Manhattan into a watercolor blur of lights and shadows. Elena woke to the sound of it. Steady, relentless, the kind of October storm that felt like the city was washing itself clean. Damien's arm was heavy across her waist, his breathing deep and even against her shoulder. In sleep, the careful control he wore like armor had dissolved completely, leaving just a man who'd finally stopped running from himself. She meant what she said last night, about tearing up the contract, about choosing him without the safety net of legal obligations and predetermined exit dates. It terrified her. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand, 7:23 a.m., and the world was already demanding their attention. She reached for it carefully, trying not to wake him. Text from Victoria. The gala raised $12 million, despite your absence. Donors were disappointed, but understanding. I covered by saying you had a family emergency. We need to debrief Monday. Also, I'm glad you went back to him. He's less insufferable when you're around. Elena smiled despite the knot of anxiety in her chest. Victoria's approval shouldn't matter, But somehow it did. Another text, this one from her father. Damien called me last night. Said he's rejecting Tetchmark's offer. Said he's keeping the company and wants to discuss long-term sustainability strategies. Elena, I don't know what you said to him, but thank you for fighting for those jobs, for believing in something I'd given up on. She set down the phone and turned to find Damien awake, watching her with an expression she couldn't quite read. You're thinking too loud, he said, his voice rough with sleep. I can hear your brain spinning from here. I'm thinking about what happens next. We rejected Techmark. We're tearing up the contract. We're choosing each other for real. She traced patterns on his chest, feeling his heartbeat steady beneath her palm. That's terrifying. Agreed. He caught her hand, lacing their fingers together. Elena, I need to tell you something. About why I really married you. Her stomach clenched. I thought we covered this. You needed a wife for appearances. My father needed money. That's what I told myself. But the truth is more complicated. He sat up, pulling her with him, his expression serious in the gray morning light. 3 months before I met you, my grandfather's estate was finally settled. I inherited everything. The company, the properties, his personal effects, including his diary. The one you showed me, with the entries about locking you in the closet. That was just one volume. There were 23 others, spanning 40 years. Damien's jaw tightened. I spent weeks reading them. Every entry was the same. Clinical observations about how to break a person's spirit and remake them into something useful. How to identify weakness and exploit it. How to ensure loyalty through fear rather than affection. He documented everything he did to me like I was an experiment, a project. Elena's throat tightened. Damien. The final entry was dated 3 days before he died. He wrote, the boy has exceeded all expectations. He's built an empire that will outlast us both, but he's forgotten how to be human in the process. I've created the perfect weapon and destroyed my only heir. I regret nothing. Damien's voice was flat, emotionless. He knew what he'd done to me. He knew he'd broken something fundamental, and he didn't care, because to him, I was never a grandson. I was just a tool to perpetuate his legacy. That's monstrous. That's honest, which is somehow worse. He stood, moving to the windows where rain streaked the glass like tears. After I read that entry, I had a breakdown. Actual breakdown. Couldn't sleep, couldn't work, couldn't function. Harrison found me in my office at 3 a.m., drunk and trying to figure out if there was any part of me that wasn't just programming, any part that was actually Damien, not just my grandfather's creation. Elena joined him at the windows, her hand finding his. What did Harrison say? He said I should find someone who could see me as human instead of weapon. Someone who hadn't been corrupted by my world. Someone who could call me on my bullshit without wanting something in return. Damien's grip tightened. 2 weeks later, I was at the Met Gala, watching Manhattan's elite circulate like sharks, and I saw you, talking to the waitstaff like they mattered, laughing at something genuine instead of performing for an audience. And when you spilled champagne on my suit, you looked at me like I was just a man who'd gotten in your way. Not a billionaire, not a predator, just a man. So you decided to marry me. I decided to save your father's company, so I'd have an excuse to marry you. The debt, the contract, the 18-month timeline, all was just justification for what I really wanted, which was to spend time with someone who still saw me as human, who could remind me that I was more than just my grandfather's weapon. Elena's breath caught. You engineered the whole thing. I created an opportunity, and your father took it. I didn't force his hand. But I also didn't save his company out of pure altruism. Damien finally met her eyes. Elena, I'm telling you this because you deserve to know the complete truth, not the strategic version, not the version that makes me look better. The actual truth, which is that I've been selfish from the beginning. I married you because I needed you, because I thought maybe 18 months with someone who saw me as human would teach me how to be human again. And did it? Yes, but not in the way I expected. He cupped her face, his touch gentle despite the tension in his jaw. I thought you'd be a mirror, reflecting back the humanity I'd lost. But you're not a mirror. You're a catalyst. You don't just show me who I could be. You challenge me to actually become it. And that's infinitely more valuable and infinitely more terrifying. Elena processed this, her mind spinning with implications. So the contract was never really about saving my father's company. It was about saving yourself. Yes, which makes me exactly the selfish asshole you've accused me of being. He dropped his hand, stepping back. I understand if this changes things. If knowing I engineered our marriage for my own benefit makes you want to invoke Clause 15 after all, I wouldn't blame you. Stop. Elena moved closer, closing the distance he created. Damien, I'm not angry. I'm just processing. You created an opportunity to marry me because you needed someone who saw you as human. That's manipulative and strategic, and absolutely something your grandfather would have done. But it's also honest. And honesty is what we're trying to build here. So you're not leaving? I'm not leaving. But I need you to promise me something. She took both his hands, forcing him to meet her eyes. No more engineering situations. No more creating opportunities that serve your strategic interests. If we're doing this, really doing this, then we do it honestly, messily, without the safety net of contracts and calculated outcomes. Can you do that? I don't know. Strategic thinking is all I know. Then learn something new. Learn how to just be, without calculating every move, without planning 3 steps ahead. Just exist in the moment and trust that we'll figure out together. She squeezed his hands. Damien, I love you, not because you engineered a situation where I'd fall for you, but because underneath all that strategy and control, you're just a man who's trying very hard to be better than what he was raised to be. That's worth loving, even when it's complicated. You're too good for me. Probably, but you're stuck with me anyway. She pulled him close, feeling the tension drain from his shoulders. Now come on, we have a lot to figure out, starting with what we're actually going to do about Morgan Manufacturing. They spent the morning at the dining table, laptops and financial projections spread between coffee cups and the remnants of breakfast. Damien had called an emergency board meeting for Monday. He'd announced a rejection of Tetchmark's offer and present an alternative strategy for long-term sustainability. The board will fight me, he said, scrolling to projected earnings. Tetchmark's offer was triple our investment. Rejecting it looked irrational. Then make it look rational. Show them the long-term value of ethical business practices. Show them that protecting jobs and building sustainable operations is more profitable than strip-and-flip acquisitions. Elena pulled up research on her laptop. There are a dozen case studies of companies that prioritize employee retention and saw increased productivity, lower turnover costs, better innovation. Make the business case for being decent. That's assuming the board cares about anything beyond quarterly returns. Then make them care. You're the founder. You control the majority stake. They can fight you, but they can't overrule you. She met his eyes across the table. Damien, you spent 15 years proving you're ruthless. Now prove you're smart enough to build something that lasts. He was quiet for a moment, his fingers drumming against his coffee cup. I'll need data. Projections showing that employee retention increases profitability. Case studies from similar manufacturing operations. A 5-year plan that demonstrates sustainable growth without asset stripping. He pulled up a new document, already typing. And I'll need to address the Meridian deal. The board will bring it up as evidence that my new approach is a deviation from proven strategy. What will you say? The truth, that Meridian was profitable but unsustainable. That I made $40 million and destroyed 500 lives. That I've spent 3 years carrying guilt about that decision, and I'm not interested in repeating it. His jaw tightened. They'll think I've gone soft. They'll question my judgment. But I'd rather lose their respect than lose myself. Elena moved around the table, settling into his lap. You're not going soft. You're getting smart. There's a difference. Tell that to my board. I will. I'm coming to the meeting. He blinked. Elena, board meetings are confidential. Shareholders and executive staff only. Then make me executive staff. I'm your wife. Real wife now, not contracted wife. And I'm about to become a significant stakeholder in Morgan Manufacturing once we restructure ownership. I have a right to be there. She held his gaze. Besides, you'll need backup when they start questioning your sanity. I'm very good at arguing why decent business practices are actually good business. You want to face down a room of billionaires and private equity titans who think compassion is weakness? I've been facing down you for 2 months. How much worse can they be? Despite everything, Damien laughed. Fair point. He pulled her closer, his forehead resting against hers. Elena, I don't deserve you. Probably not. But you're trying to deserve me, and that's what matters. She kissed him softly. Now finish those projections. We have a board to convince. By Sunday evening, they had a presentation that would either revolutionize Cross Capital's approach or get Damien voted out as CEO. Elena had helped him build a business case for ethical operations. Data showing that companies with strong employee retention outperformed strip-and-flip models by 30% over 5 years. Case studies from manufacturing operations that had prioritized workforce development and seen innovation increase. Projections showing Morgan Manufacturing could be profitable while protecting jobs. It was solid, compelling, everything a rational board should accept. But Damien's board wasn't rational. They were predators who'd made fortunes from the same ruthless tactics his grandfather had pioneered. They're going to eat me alive, Damien said, reviewing the slides for the 100th time. Let them try. Elena closed his laptop. Damien, you've spent 2 days preparing. The data is solid. The argument is sound. Now you just have to believe it enough to sell it. And if they don't buy it, then you restructure the board. Bring in new investors who align with your vision. Build something new instead of trying to reform something broken. She took his hands. You're the founder. You have the power to change the direction of this company. The question is whether you're brave enough to use it. Brave or stupid? Sometimes they're the same thing. His phone rang. Victoria, probably with last-minute logistics for tomorrow's meeting. He answered on speaker. Damien, we have a problem. Victoria's voice was tight with stress. James Cordova just filed a lawsuit against Cross Capital. He's claiming breach of fiduciary duty related to the Morgan Manufacturing acquisition. He's demanding the company be sold to him at cost, plus damages for emotional distress caused by witnessing systematic corporate malfeasance. Elena's stomach dropped. He's suing us. He's suing Damien. And he's using every deal from the past 10 years as evidence that Cross Capital operates in bad faith. Meridian, Techmark, a dozen other acquisitions where jobs were lost and profits were maximized. He's painting Damien as a corporate raider who destroys lives for profit. That's insane, Elena said. Damien rejected Techmark's offer. He's keeping Morgan Manufacturing specifically to protect jobs. James doesn't care. He's on a crusade. He thinks he's saving your father's company from inevitable destruction. Victoria's voice softened. Elena, I'm sorry. I know James thought he was helping you, but this lawsuit could destroy everything Damien's trying to build. Damien's expression had gone carefully neutral, the mask he wore when processing information that threatened his control. What's the timeline? Hearing is scheduled for Wednesday. James is pushing for an emergency injunction to prevent any changes to Morgan Manufacturing's ownership or operations until the lawsuit is resolved. If he succeeds, you won't be able to implement any of the sustainability measures you're planning. The company will be frozen in legal limbo. Can we fight it? We can try. But Harrison says James has a strong case. 10 years of acquisitions that prioritize profit over people. Documented evidence of asset stripping. The Meridian deal alone gives him ammunition. Victoria paused. Damien, I hate to say this, but you might need to consider settling. Give James what he wants. Walk away from Morgan Manufacturing before this destroys your reputation and the entire company. No. Damien's voice was flat. I'm not walking away. I'm not letting James paint me as a monster when I'm actually trying to change. And I'm not giving up on the one thing that might prove I'm capable of being better. Then we fight, Victoria said. But it's going to get ugly. James has already leaked the lawsuit to the press. By tomorrow morning, every business outlet, will be running stories about Cross Capital's history of corporate malfeasance. Your board meeting is going to be a nightmare. Let it be a nightmare. I've survived worse. Damien met Elena's eyes. Victoria, prepare a statement. We're not commenting on pending litigation, but we're committed to ethical business practices and sustainable operations. And schedule a press conference for Thursday. If James wants to make this public, we'll make it public. On our terms. Are you sure? Press conferences are risky when you're facing a lawsuit. I'm sure. Elena will be with me. We'll present a united front. He squeezed Elena's hand. James want to paint me as a monster? Fine. I'll show everyone what a monster looks like when he's trying to become human. Victoria was quiet for a moment. Okay, I'll set it up. But Damien, be careful. James is hurting. Hurting people do unpredictable things. I know. That's what worries me. They ended the call, and silence settled over the penthouse like a weight. This is because of me, Elena said finally. James thinks he's protecting my father's company. Protecting me from you. He's destroying everything because he thinks he's being a hero. James is destroying everything because he never processed his father's death. He's been carrying that trauma for 20 years, and now he's projecting it onto our situation. Damien moved to the windows, staring out at the Manhattan skyline. I understand why he's doing this. I even respect it in a twisted way, but I can't let him win, because if he wins, it proves that I'm exactly what my grandfather made me. That I'm incapable of change. That monsters don't get redemption arcs. They just get destroyed. Elena joined him at the windows, her hand finding his. Then we prove him wrong. We show the board, the press, everyone that you're more than your worst decisions. That people are capable of change if they're willing to do the work. And if we fail, then we fail together. But at least we tried. She turned him to face her. Damien, I'm not afraid of James's lawsuit. I'm not afraid of the press or the board or any of it. I'm only afraid of you giving up before we've even started fighting. I'm not giving up. His arms wrapped around her, holding her close. I'm just tired of fighting my past. Tired of proving I'm more than what my grandfather made me. Tired of carrying guilt about every decision I've ever made. Then stop carrying it alone. Let me help. Let Victoria help. Let the people who actually care about you share the weight. She pulled back enough to meet his eyes. You spent 15 years being isolated, building walls, convincing yourself that caring about people is weakness. But Damien, isolation is the real weakness. Connection is what makes us strong. When did you get so wise? I've been taking lessons from a very stubborn billionaire who's teaching me that vulnerability isn't weakness. She kissed him softly. Now come on. We have a board meeting to prepare for, a lawsuit to fight, and a press conference to plan. No time for existential crises. I can have a small existential crisis. As a treat. Fine. 5 minutes. Then we get back to work. They stood at the windows, wrapped in each other, watching rain streak the glass and turn Manhattan into something softer, more forgiving. In the distance, Brooklyn Heights was just a blur of lights. Her parents' house somewhere in that constellation. Her father probably worrying about the lawsuit. Her mother probably planning another pot roast dinner, because that's how Patricia Morgan solved problems. Elena's phone buzzed. Text from her father. I heard about James's lawsuit. Sweetheart, I'm so sorry. This is my fault. I should never have gotten you involved in this mess. She typed back. This isn't your fault. And I'm not sorry. Because getting involved in this mess led me to Damien, and he's worth fighting for. Even with everything that's happening, especially with everything that's happening. Dad, Damien is trying to be better. He rejected Techmark. He's keeping the company. He's fighting for those jobs, even though it would be easier to walk away. That's worth supporting. Long pause. Then, your mother and I are proud of you for fighting, for believing in something when it would be easier to give up. That's the Morgan stubbornness coming through. I learned from the best. Elena set down her phone and leaned into Damien's embrace, feeling his heartbeat steady against her cheek. My father says he's proud of me, she said, for fighting for you. He should be proud of you for a lot of reasons. Fighting for me is probably the least impressive thing you've done." But his voice was warm, almost tender. "Elena, I need to tell you something. About the press conference Thursday." "What about it?" "I'm going to tell them everything. About my grandfather. About the systematic abuse. About why I became the person I became, and why I'm trying to change." His grip tightened. "It's going to be ugly. The press will have a field day. My board will think I've lost my mind. But if I'm asking people to believe I'm capable of change, I need to show them why change is necessary. You're going to expose your trauma to the entire business world. I'm going to stop hiding behind the monster my grandfather created and start owning who I actually am. Broken, trying, imperfect, human." He pulled back to meet her eyes. "Is that insane?" "It's brave, which is different but equally terrifying." Elena cupped his face. "Damien, are you sure? Once you tell that story, you can't take it back. The world will know. Your competitors will know. Everyone will see the broken parts you spent 15 years hiding." "Good. Let them see. Let them judge. At least they'll be judging the truth instead of performance." His voice was steady despite the fear in his eyes. "I'm tired of hiding. I'm tired of pretending the armor doesn't have cracks. If I'm going to build something different, something better, I need to start by being honest about what I'm building from. Then I'll be standing beside you, at the press conference, at the board meeting, through all of it." She kissed him, soft and sure. "We do this together. No more isolation. No more carrying weight alone. Partners." "Partners," he echoed. "I like the sound of that." They spent the rest of Sunday preparing. Damien drafting his statement for the press conference. Elena researching legal strategies to counter James's lawsuit, both of them building the foundation for what came next. By midnight, they were exhausted, surrounded by laptops and legal documents and half-empty coffee cups. Elena's eyes burned from staring at screens. Damien's shoulders were tight with tension that wouldn't release. "Bed," Elena said, closing her laptop with finality. "We can't think clearly when we're this tired. 5 more minutes. Bed. Now, that's not a request." She stood, pulling him up with her. "Tomorrow is going to be brutal. We need sleep." They fell into bed, still wearing their clothes, too tired to bother changing. Damien pulled her close, his face buried in her hair, and for several minutes they just breathed together. "Elena," he said quietly, "thank you." "For what?" "For not running. For fighting beside me instead of against me. For seeing the broken parts and choosing to stay anyway." His voice was rough with emotion. "I don't know what I did to deserve you, but I'm grateful every day that you're here. You didn't do anything to deserve me. You just chose to be honest, to be vulnerable, to try." She kissed his jaw. "That's all I ever wanted. Not perfection. Just effort. Just you. Try and be better than what you were raised to be. I'm going to keep trying, even when it's hard, even when I want to retreat into old patterns. I'll keep trying because you're worth it. Because we're worth it. We are worth it." Elena settled against his chest, listening to his heartbeat slow as exhaustion pulled him under. "Damien, I love you. Not because you're perfect or because you figured everything out. Just because you're you. Broken and trying and absolutely worth fighting for. I love you too." His arms tightened around her. "More than I thought I was capable of loving anyone." They drifted into sleep like that, tangled together, facing an uncertain future, but facing it together. And for the first time since signing the contract that had brought them together, Elena didn't feel like she was drowning. She felt like she was finally learning how to swim. Monday morning arrived with all the subtlety of a freight train. Damien's board meeting was scheduled for 10 a.m. Elena dressed in one of Margot's power suits, navy with subtle pinstripes, paired with heels that added 3 inches and made her feel like she could face down anyone. "You look terrifying," Damien said, adjusting his tie in the mirror. "In the best possible way." "Good. That's the goal." She moved behind him, fixing his tie with practiced ease. "Remember, we present the data first. Show them the business case for ethical operations. Only after they've seen the numbers do we address the emotional component. And when they bring up Meridian, we acknowledge it. We don't defend it. We say it was profitable but unsustainable, and you've learned from it. Honesty, not justification. You sound like a CEO. I've been taking lessons from one. She turned him to face her. Damien, you've got this. The presentation is solid. The data is compelling. And if they still fight you, then they're not the right board for the company you're trying to build. That's easy to say when it's not your company on the line. It's our company now. We're partners, remember? She kissed him quickly. Now come on. Let's go teach some billionaires about human decency. The Cross Capital boardroom occupied the entire 48th floor, all glass and chrome, and the kind of furniture that cost more than most people's cars. 12 board members were already seated when Damien and Elena arrived. Men and women who'd made fortunes from the same ruthless tactics Damien was now questioning. Victoria sat at the far end, tablet ready, her expression professionally neutral. Harrison Webb was beside her, legal documents stacked in front of him like ammunition. Gentlemen, ladies. Damien took his seat at the head of the table, Elena beside him. Thank you for coming on short notice. I know you've all heard about James Cordova's lawsuit. We'll address that shortly. But first, I want to discuss the future direction of Cross Capital. He pulled up the presentation they'd spent all weekend preparing. The first slide showed Morgan Manufacturing's financial projections under two scenarios: strip-and-flip acquisition versus sustainable operations. 3 weeks ago, Techmark Industries offered to buy Morgan Manufacturing for triple our investment. It was an attractive offer. Clean exit, immediate returns. Exactly the kind of deal Cross Capital has built its reputation on. Damien's voice was steady, controlled. I rejected it because I believe there's more value, both financial and strategic, in building sustainable operations than in strip-and-flip acquisitions. Murmurs around the table. Elena saw the board members exchange glances, skeptical, confused, calculating. The data shows that companies with strong employee retention outperform asset-stripping models by 30% over 5 years. Damien continued, advancing to the next slide. Morgan Manufacturing has a skilled workforce, established client relationships, and potential for innovation if we invest in workforce development rather than automation. The 5-year projections show we can achieve 15% annual growth while maintaining current employment levels. That's assuming the workforce is actually capable of innovation. One board member said, Gerald Hutchins, old money from Connecticut, the kind of man who thought compassion was for people who couldn't afford ruthlessness. Most manufacturing workers are replaceable. Why invest in training when we can automate? Because automation requires capital investment that won't show returns for 7 years, Elena said, pulling up her own data, whereas workforce development shows returns within 18 months. We've analyzed 12 similar manufacturing operations that prioritized employee retention. All of them saw increased productivity, lower turnover costs, and better innovation rates. The business case for decent practices is actually stronger than the case for strip and flip. Gerald's eyes narrowed. And you are Elena Morgan, Damien's wife, and soon to be a significant stakeholder in Morgan Manufacturing once we restructure ownership. She held his gaze. I have a vested interest in ensuring this company succeeds long-term, not just for 1 quarter, not just for 1 fiscal year, for the next 20 years. Mrs. Cross makes a compelling point. Another board member said, Patricia Wong, venture capital titan, one of the few people in the room who'd built her fortune on sustainable investments. The data supports long-term value creation through employee retention. Why are we resisting this approach? Because it's a deviation from proven strategy, Gerald said. Cross Capital has built its reputation on aggressive acquisitions and quick exits. Damien is proposing we become a what? A social enterprise? A charity? I'm proposing we become profitable and ethical. Damien said, those things aren't mutually exclusive. They're just harder to achieve than strip and flip. But the long-term value is greater. And the Meridian deal? Gerald leaned forward. Was that profitable and ethical? Or just profitable? The room went silent. Damien's jaw tightened, but his voice stayed steady. Meridian was profitable. It was not ethical. I made $40 million and destroyed 500 jobs. I've carried guilt about that decision for 3 years, and I'm not interested in repeating it. Guilt is irrelevant to business decisions. Guilt is information. It tells us when we've crossed lines we shouldn't have crossed, when we prioritize profit over people in ways that are unsustainable. Damien's eyes swept the room. I'm not asking you to approve of my guilt. I'm asking you to consider whether the business model that created it is actually serving our long-term interests. This is because of her, isn't it? Gerald gestured at Elena. You marry some Brooklyn art curator, and suddenly you're questioning 15 years of proven strategy. This is what happens when personal relationships compromise business judgment. My relationship with Elena hasn't compromised my judgment. It's clarified it. Damien's voice hardened. For 15 years, I've operated under the assumption that ruthlessness equals strength, that caring about people is weakness, that the only thing that matters is quarterly returns. And you know what that's got me? An empire built on guilt, a reputation as a corporate raider, and a lawsuit from my own business partner who's watched me destroy lives for profit and decided he can't be complicit anymore. James Cordova is emotionally unstable. James Cordova is holding me accountable for decisions I should have questioned years ago. Damien stood, his hands flat on the table. Gentlemen, ladies, I'm not asking for your permission to change direction. I'm informing you that Cross Capital is changing direction. We're going to prioritize sustainable operations over quick exits. We're going to invest in workforce development. We're going to build companies that last instead of companies that burn bright and die fast. If you can't support that vision, I'll buy out your shares and find investors who can. The room erupted, board members arguing, voices overlapping, Gerald demanding a vote of no confidence, Patricia Wong trying to restore order, Victoria taking notes with the grim focus of someone documenting a corporate coup. Elena watched Damien stand firm in the chaos, his expression controlled, but his eyes holding something she'd never seen before, certainty. Not arrogance, not ruthlessness, just the quiet certainty of a man who'd finally figured out what he was fighting for. Enough! Damien's voice cut through the noise. I'm calling for a vote. Those in favor of the new strategic direction, raise your hands. Patricia Wong's hand went up immediately. 2 other board members followed, younger investors who'd made their fortunes on sustainable ventures. Victoria raised her hand from the back of the room. For votes in favor. Those opposed. Gerald and 6 others raised their hands. 7 opposed. The final board member, Marcus Chun, Victoria's uncle, old-school investor who'd been with Cross Capital since the beginning, sat with his hands folded, his expression unreadable. Marcus. Damien's voice was quiet. You're the deciding vote. Marcus was silent for a long moment, his eyes moving between Damien and Elena. I knew your grandfather, he said finally. He was brilliant, ruthless. He built an empire from nothing. But he was also miserable. Died alone in a hospital room with no one who actually cared about him. Just people who wanted his money. Marcus's gaze settled on Damien. I've watched you become exactly what he was. Brilliant, ruthless, utterly alone, until her. He nodded at Elena. I don't know if your new strategy will work, Marcus continued. I don't know if sustainable operations can compete with strip and flip in this market. But I do know that you're the first person in this room who's actually questioning whether profit at any cost is worth the cost. That's worth supporting. He raised his hand. 5 votes in favor. 7 opposed. The motion fails, Gerald said with obvious satisfaction. Damien, your new strategy is rejected. Cross Capital will continue with proven methods. And if you can't accept that, perhaps it's time to consider new leadership. Perhaps it is. Damien pulled a document from his folder, sliding it across the table. This is my resignation as CEO, effective immediately. I'm also divesting my shares in Cross Capital. I'll be starting a new firm, Cross Sustainable Capital, focus on ethical acquisitions and long-term value creation. Anyone who wants to join me is welcome. Anyone who doesn't can stay here and continue building empires on other people's ruins. The room went silent. You can't be serious, Gerald said. You built this company. It's your grandfather's legacy. My grandfather's legacy is guilt and isolation, and a diary full of entries about how he systematically broke a child to create a weapon. I'm done perpetuating that legacy. Damien stood, buttoning his jacket. Elena and I are leaving. Victoria, Harrison, I hope you'll consider joining the new firm. Marcus, Patricia, the offer extends to you as well. Everyone else, good luck. I hope your quarterly returns are worth what you're sacrificing to achieve them. He took Elena's hand, and they walked out of the boardroom together. Behind them, chaos erupted. Board members arguing, Gerald demanding legal action, Victoria's voice cutting through the noise as she announced her resignation. But Damien didn't look back. He just kept walking, Elena's hand in his, toward the elevator that would take them away from 15 years of his grandfather's legacy and towards something new, something better, something they'd build together. In the elevator, Elena finally spoke. You just walked away from everything. I walked away from everything that was destroying me. He pulled her close. Elena, I spent 15 years building an empire I hated, perpetuating patterns that made me miserable, becoming exactly what my grandfather wanted me to be. I'm done. I'd rather start over with nothing than keep building on that foundation. You don't have nothing. You have me, and Victoria, and Harrison, and apparently Marcus and Patricia, based on how fast they followed us out. Is that enough? It's more than enough. It's everything. She kissed him, soft and sure. Damien, I'm so proud of you, for walking away, for choosing integrity over empire, for finally breaking free of your grandfather's programming. I'm terrified. Good. That means you're human. She smiled. Now come on. We have a new company to build. And a press conference Thursday where you're going to tell the entire business world why you just committed corporate suicide. When you put it that way, it sounds slightly less noble. It's not noble. It's necessary. And it's real. And it's us. Elena laced her fingers through his. Partners. Partners, Damien agreed, for however long this takes. However many times we fail. However hard it gets. That's the deal. No contracts. No exit clauses. Just us choosing each other every day. They left Cross Capital's building hand in hand, stepping into October rain that felt like baptism. Behind them, the empire Damien had spent 15 years building crumbled. Ahead, nothing but uncertainty and possibility, and the terrifying freedom of starting over. But they were together, and that, Elena realized, was the only contract that mattered. The choice to keep choosing each other, even when it was hard, especially when it was hard, because that's what love was, not a performance or a strategy or a carefully calculated risk. Just two broken people deciding they were worth fixing. Together. Epilogue The Empire. 2 years later. Elena stood in the Morgan manufacturing break room, watching Maria from accounting show off photos of her youngest daughter's college acceptance letter. The room hummed with Friday afternoon energy. Workers finishing their shifts, making weekend plans, laughing about something Tommy had said during the morning production meeting. Real laughter. Not performative. Not strategic. Just people who felt secure enough in their jobs to actually enjoy them. Mrs. Cross. Chin called from the doorway. Your husband's here. Says he needs to steal you for lunch. Elena smiled at the title she'd finally grown into. Not Mrs. Cross, the contracted wife. Not Mrs. Cross, the performance. Just Mrs. Cross, partner to a man who was learning, slowly, imperfectly, how to build something that lasted. She found Damien in the factory office, reviewing production schedules with her father. 2 years had softened some of his sharp edges. He still wore expensive suits, still moved with controlled precision, but the armor had cracks now, intentional ones, places where humanity showed through. Ready? He asked, standing when she entered. Always. She kissed him briefly, aware of her father's knowing smile. Dad, we'll be back by 2. The sustainability consultant is coming at 3. I'll be here. James Morgan looked better than he had in years. The weight of near bankruptcy replaced by the satisfaction of a company that was actually thriving. Damien, those efficiency reports you want are on my desk. We're up 15% this quarter. Good. That'll help with the expansion proposal. Damien took Elena's hand, a gesture that had become habit over 2 years of choosing each other daily. Let's go. We have news. They drove to Brooklyn Heights in comfortable silence, the kind that came from 2 years of learning each other's rhythms. Cross Sustainable Capital occupied a renovated brownstone 3 blocks from Elena's childhood home, deliberately modest, deliberately different from the glass tower that had housed Cross Capital. Victoria met them in the lobby, tablet in hand, her expression somewhere between exasperated and amused. The Times wants an interview about the Morgan manufacturing expansion. Forbes is doing a profile on ethical private equity firms and wants you both on the cover. And Patricia called. Something about Sunday dinner and bringing wine because she's making pot roast. Tell the Times yes, Forbes yes, and we'll bring wine. Damien paused. Also, clear my schedule for next Friday. Elena and I need the day. Victoria's eyes sharpened with interest. Why? Because we have a doctor's appointment. Elena's hand moved unconsciously to her stomach, where 8 weeks of secret knowledge had been growing. And we want to tell you first, before we tell anyone else. You're going to be an aunt. Sort of, if you want to be. Victoria's professional composure cracked completely. You're pregnant? 12 weeks as of yesterday. Elena felt Damien's hand tighten on hers. The same fear she'd seen that morning when the test had shown 2 lines. We weren't planning it. We weren't even trying. But apparently life had other plans. And you're... Victoria looked at Damien. You're okay with this? I'm terrified. His voice was steady despite the admission. I'm terrified I'll be like my grandfather. That I'll break this child the way he broke me. That I'll pass on patterns I spent 2 years trying to unlearn. But... Victoria prompted gently. But Elena says I'm already different. That recognizing the patterns means I can choose not to repeat them. Damien's thumb traced circles on Elena's knuckles, that small gesture that had become their private language. And I'm choosing to believe her, because the alternative is letting my grandfather's ghost control my future, and I'm done giving him that power. Victoria moved around the desk, pulling them both into a hug that was unprofessional and perfect. You're going to be amazing parents. Both of you, because you're already doing the work, questioning patterns, choosing differently, building something better. We're trying. Elena's throat tightened. Victoria, I need to ask you something. Will you be this baby's godmother? Not in the religious sense. Neither of us are particularly religious, but in the help us not screw this up sense? Obviously. Victoria pulled back, her eyes suspiciously bright. Someone needs to make sure you two don't turn into those parents who only talk about their kid. I'll be the cool aunt who teaches them about corporate strategy and how to negotiate effectively. At what age? Damien asked, amused despite his obvious nerves. 3, maybe 4. Negotiation skills are never too early. They spent the next hour in Victoria's office, reviewing the expansion plans for Morgan Manufacturing. Cross Sustainable Capital had grown steadily over 2 years, not explosively like Cross Capital had, but sustainably. 5 companies now, all prioritizing workforce development and long-term value creation, all profitable, all proving that Damien's new approach wasn't just idealistic. It was actually good business. Elena's gallery had opened 6 months ago, funded by the foundation she and Victoria had built together. It focused on emerging artists from underserved communities, with a training program that taught business skills alongside artistic development. She curated 3 nights a week, spent 2 days doing foundation work, and somehow found time to help Damien navigate the complicated reality of building a company that prioritized people over profit. It was exhausting, complicated, nothing like the life she'd imagined when she'd signed that contract 2 years ago. It was also perfect. I should get back to the factory, Elena said, checking her watch. The sustainability consultant can wait. Damien stood, pulling her up with him. Victoria, cancel our afternoon meetings. Elena and I are taking the rest of the day. You never take days off. I'm learning. He wrapped an arm around Elena's waist, proprietary but gentle. My wife is pregnant. I'm allowed to be irrationally protective and slightly useless for at least 24 hours. 48, Elena corrected. I'm milking this for at least 2 days of you being irrationally protective. Deal. They left Victoria laughing in her office and drove to the Hamptons estate, the house Damien had inherited from his grandfather and slowly transformed into something that felt lived in. The sterile perfection had been replaced with actual comfort. Books scattered on tables, Elena's art supplies in the sunroom, photographs on the walls that showed their journey from contracted strangers to actual partners. The locked room where Damien had kept his grandfather's photographs was gone now. Cleared out, painted over, transformed into a nursery they hadn't known they'd need. We should start planning, Damien said, standing in the doorway of what would become their child's room. Furniture, colors, all the things people do when they're having a baby. We have time. Elena moved beside him, her hand finding his. Damien, talk to me. What are you actually afraid of? He was quiet for a long moment, his jaw tight with the effort of articulating fears he'd spent 2 years learning to voice. I'm afraid I'll look at this child and see a project instead of a person, that I'll try to control them the way my grandfather controlled me, that I'll pass on patterns I don't even realize I'm carrying. His voice dropped. I'm afraid I'll love them the way I was taught to love, strategically, conditionally, with expectations they can never meet. And what do you think I'll do if I see you slipping into those patterns? Call me on my bullshit, like you always do. Exactly. Elena turned him to face her. Damien, you're not your grandfather. You know what he did was wrong. You spent 2 years actively choosing to be different. You've learned how to be vulnerable, how to trust, how to love without calculating the strategic advantage. Those aren't things your grandfather was capable of. But what if it's not enough? What if I try my best and still fuck this kid up? Then we'll deal with it. Together. With therapy and honesty and the same commitment to growth we've been practicing for 2 years. She took both his hands. You're going to make mistakes. So am I. We're going to have moments where we slip into old patterns or make decisions we regret. But we'll also have moments of joy and connection and watching this child become whoever they're meant to be. That's what parenting is. Not perfection, just presence. Just showing up every day and trying. You make it sound simple. It's not simple. It's terrifying. But we're doing it together, which makes it survivable. She pulled him closer. Damien, I love you, and I trust you. Not because you're perfect, but because you're willing to keep trying even when it's hard. That's all any parent can do. He pulled her into his arms, his face buried in her hair, and for several minutes they just stood there. Two people who'd started as a transaction and become something real, facing an uncertain future together. I never thought I'd have this, Damien said quietly. A wife I actually love. A company that doesn't make me hate myself. The possibility of a family that isn't built on cruelty and control. 2 years ago, I was convinced I was irredeemable, that monsters don't get happy endings. You're not a monster. You never were. You were just a man who'd been systematically broken and taught that brokenness was strength. Elena pulled back to meet his eyes. And now you're a man who's learned that healing is actually stronger than staying broken. That's worth celebrating. We should tell your parents. About the baby. Tomorrow, at Sunday dinner, with pot roast and your mother's inevitable tears of joy. Elena smiled. Tonight, I just want it to be us. Processing. Planning. Being terrified together. That sounds perfect. They spent the evening on the terrace overlooking the Atlantic, watching the sun set over water that had witnessed their journey from performance to partnership. Damien's hand rested on Elena's stomach, still flat, still hiding the secret they'd share with only Victoria. And for the first time since learning about the pregnancy, Elena saw something other than fear in his expression. Hope. Tentative, fragile, but real. What are you thinking? She asked. I'm thinking about the room where my grandfather kept his photographs. How we cleared it out and painted it yellow, because you said yellow was hopeful. His thumb traced gentle circles on her stomach. I'm thinking about how that room used to represent everything broken in me. And now it's going to be where our child sleeps, where they'll be safe and loved and never locked in a closet for crying about a dead bird. Elena's throat tightened. That's a low bar for parenting. It's a start, and starts matter. He pulled her closer. Elena, I don't know if I'll be a good father, but I know I'll try. Every day, every decision. I'll choose to be different than what I was raised to be, because this child deserves better than my grandfather's legacy. They're getting better. They're getting you, broken and trying, and absolutely committed to being the father you never had. She kissed him softly. That's more than enough. They stayed on the terrace until the stars came out, talking about nursery colors and names they liked, and whether they wanted to know the gender or be surprised. Mundane conversations that felt profound because they represented a future neither of them had imagined possible 2 years ago. When they finally went inside, Damien pulled Elena into the master bedroom. Their bedroom now. No more separate suites or careful distance. Just two people who'd learned that intimacy wasn't weakness and vulnerability wasn't a liability. I love you, he said, the words coming easier after 2 years of practice. I love you for not giving up on me, for calling me on my bullshit, for teaching me that monsters can learn to be human if someone loves them enough to try. I love you, too, for trying, for being brave enough to walk away from everything you'd built to build something better, for choosing me every day, even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. He kissed her, slow and deep and full of promise. Elena, I know we started as a contract. I know I bought you like an asset and controlled you like a project. But somewhere along the way, this became real. You became real. We became real. And I wouldn't trade that for anything. Not even for your empire. I have an empire. It's just different than the one my grandfather built. His hand moved to her stomach again, protective and gentle. It's you. It's us. It's the family we're building and the company we're growing and the life we're creating together. That's worth more than any quarterly returns or business acquisitions. That's very sentimental for a ruthless billionaire. I'm a reformed, ruthless billionaire. There's a difference. But he was smiling, the genuine smile that only appeared when they were alone. Come to bed. We have a lot to process, and processing is better when we're horizontal. Is that your way of saying you want to hold me while we sleep? That's my way of saying I need to hold you while we sleep, because I'm terrified and overwhelmed, and the only thing that makes it bearable is knowing you're here. They fell into bed together, tangled in expensive sheets that had witnessed 2 years of learning how to be partners. Damien's hand stayed on Elena's stomach, as if protecting the tiny life growing there from all the darkness he'd survived. We're going to be okay, Elena whispered into the darkness. All three of us, because we have something your grandfather never had. What's that? Each other, and the willingness to keep choosing each other, even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. She laced her fingers through his. That's what love is, Damien. Not a performance or a contract or a strategic alliance. Just two people deciding they're worth the work. Every day, every decision, every moment. Some contracts are worth keeping, Damien said softly, an echo of words from 2 years ago, but with different meaning now. This one is, because it's not a contract anymore. It's a choice. And I choose you. Today, tomorrow, for however long we have. I choose you to. His grip tightened. For all of it. The terrifying parts and the beautiful parts and everything in between. They drifted into sleep wrapped around each other. The Manhattan skyline glittering through windows that had once felt like prison bars and now felt like home. Outside, the world continued. Cross-sustainable capital growing. Morgan manufacturing thriving. The foundation changing lives. Their gallery launching careers. But inside, in the quiet darkness of a bedroom that had witnessed their transformation from strangers to partners, Elena and Damien simply existed together. Two people who'd started as a transaction and become something real. Two people who'd learned that monsters could become human if someone loved them enough to call them on their bullshit. Two people who were about to become three, and who were terrified and hopeful and absolutely committed to being better than what they'd been raised to be. Because that's what love did. It didn't fix broken things, but it made them worth fixing. And Elena and Damien Cross, named Morgan, had spent 2 years proving that some broken things were absolutely worth the effort. Their empire wasn't built on cruelty or control or quarterly returns. It was built on honesty, vulnerability, the daily choice to keep choosing each other, and that, they discovered, was the only foundation worth building on, the only legacy worth leaving, the only contract that actually mattered, not the one they'd signed 2 years ago in desperation and strategy, but the one they renewed every morning when they woke up tangled together and chose, again, always, to be partners in building something better than what they'd been given. Some empires were built on ruins. Theirs was built on redemption, and it was enough. More than enough. It was everything. The end.